From distant lands we gather, hearts of fire all along. Oh, because we follow through the storm and through the fight. For Valhalla we will borrow strength and might under moonlight. Warriors of the ancient sea, songs of glory dark and bold. In the night, our spirits free, legends born, tales unfold. Oh, because we follow through the storm and through the fight. For Valhalla we will borrow strength and might under moonlight. From horizons wild we roam, with thunder in our soul. Every battle brings us home to the stories ages told. Oh, because we follow through the storm and through the fight. For Valhalla we will borrow strength and might under moonlight.
Hey, oh. Hey, it is Saturday, and we are continuing the Texas Bar-Brawl trial. The people versus Rendon. And we checked out day one yesterday. Today, we are going through the rest of the trial. It was a 3-day trial or 3 half-day trial, so to speak. So today, today will be interesting. It will be more, well, of course, more testimony, and also there will be a defense case in chief, I believe, all in a wait of Monday's closing arguments. So, but yesterday was interesting because I started out with, why are the prosecutors prosecuting this? The first, when they called the cops, later, the Mr. Rodriguez, after his surgery and stuff, they only took his story, but as the prosecution said, well, he collected that story, then he sent it off to the investigators, who then conducted the actual investigation. He just collected that story. Okay, is there something here? Yeah, let's send it off. Let's have them check it out more. So it will be really interesting to hear the rest of this testimony. It will. So, yeah, I say, let's get right into it. Day 2, followed by day 3. Going 1.25 speed, and let's see what happens today. Okay.
Calls Officer Salas. Calls Officer Salas.
All right, could you raise your right hand for me, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
Sammy Salas.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Officer Salas. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Officer Sammy Salas. I work at West Dog Watch. That's the overnight shift, and I've been there for a little over 3 years as working patrol.
Okay. Are you what agency are you employed with?
San Antonio Police Department.
Okay. And you said you've been doing that about 3 years?
I've been there a little over 3 years.
Are you a certified peace officer?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you explain to the jury the training that you underwent to become a law enforcement officer with SAPD?
San Antonio has the training academy. It's like 8 or 9 months, something like that. And that's where I got certified to be a police officer.
Okay. And you said that you're assigned to where?
To the west substation in San Antonio?
And your designation is a patrol officer?
Yes, ma'am. Patrol.
Okay. And as part of your duties as a patrol officer, what do you do?
I respond to the biggest part of my job is responding to 911 calls.
Okay. Is West Patrol the only assignment that you've ever had with SAPD?
Other than training and things like that, yes, I've only been on West.
Okay. Now, I want to turn your attention to August 20th of 2023 at 2 a.m. Were you employed as a police officer with the San Antonio Police Department on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what shift you were working on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
What shift was that?
Dog watch shift. It's typically from 10:30 p.m. to 6:30 in the morning.
And on that day, were you in uniform
Yes, ma'am.
and were you in a marked patrol unit?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you dispatched to a location?
Yes, I was dispatched to El Volcan.
And is that located in Bear County, Texas?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what type of location that is?
It's like a bar with music, stuff like that.
And is that located at 6844 Ingram Road, San Antonio, Texas?
I believe so, ma'am.
Did you make entries into a key card regarding this incident?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Would it help you to refresh your memory if you had a copy of that?
I think it would. Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm showing you what has been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit number 15. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that your name on this document?
Yes, ma'am.
And are these entries that you made into the document?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the document?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If you can use it to refresh your memory, just please don't read from
And
it.
I'm sorry, what exhibit number was that?
It was State's Exhibit 15.
Thank you.
All right. Do you recall the reason that you were dispatched to El Volcan?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What was the reason?
I don't know if it came out as a disturbance or an assault in progress or an assault.
Okay. And was there a case number that was associated with the incident?
Yes, there is a case number associated with this incident.
Okay, is that number SAPD 2023 1179726?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you said that you're dispatched to the location. Were you wearing a body worn camera on that day?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Okay, and were you competent to operate that body worn camera on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 16. I'm going to pull the contents out of the envelope. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
That's my body worn camera footage.
Okay, and have you reviewed this?
Yes, ma'am.
And does it have any identifying marks on it?
It's right there, ma'am.
Okay, and is that how you are able to know that it is the same thing that you viewed?
That's correct. Yes.
When you viewed it, is it a fair and accurate depiction of the events as they occurred on the offense date?
Yes, ma'am.
And to your knowledge, except for to comply with legal rules, has it been altered in any way?
No, ma'am.
At this time, the state offers.
I previously reviewed that. There's no objection.
All right, State's Exhibit number 16 is admitted without objection.
Permission to publish your own.
Granted.
I'm publishing State's Exhibit number 16, and I'm fast forwarding to the 52nd. All right, can you please describe the scene that you encountered when you arrived at El Volcan on that night?
Yes, ma'am. I arrived and I was approached by a female and male along with another, there were like two females, two males, something like that. A group of individuals came to me as I was coming out of my patrol car at the front of the bar, the entrance and exit.
Okay, and as a patrol officer, what are your duties when you respond to a call?
First and foremost, make sure everybody's safe, and then listen to the report that they give me.
Okay, as part of your duties, do you identify witnesses?
Yes, ma'am.
In 5 minutes and 3 seconds. Minutes and 15. I'm going to pause right here. And so you've previously reviewed this before. While you were on scene, did you identify any people that you needed to take statements from?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And upon arrival, on what we can see displayed on the stage exhibit number 16, did you speak with any of those individuals?
Yes, I did, ma'am.
Which individuals would that be?
The lady in the middle there.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to speak into your mic because I'm having a hard time hearing you. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. The lady in the middle.
All right. And so normally when you respond to a call for service and there's multiple witnesses, what are you supposed to do with that?
If there's a crime, it's better if you separate everybody and get everyone's statement individually.
Okay, and did you do that in this case?
No, I did not.
Now, regarding the female that is in the middle, did you obtain her information?
I did, ma'am.
Do you recall what her first name is?
Esperanza.
Okay, and did you get the male to the right of her's name?
I did not.
And what about the male to the left of her?
I did not. I did not.
Okay, and then playing the stage exhibit number 16. And fast forward to 20 minutes and 8 seconds.
Yeah, sadly, when they do this via Zoom and there is no camera in the courthouse,
Okay,
we don't
now-
get to see what's
the female
on.
that's standing on the right where my mouse is toggling
On the
to
screen.
left, sure, did you get her information?
I did not get your information now.
Okay, and the male that is to the left of her, did you obtain his information? I can play this piece of it. Okay, what was his name?
It's Pablo.
All right. And then now you're dispatched there and you have multiple witnesses, but how many witnesses did you actually take a preliminary statement from?
I'm saying like 3.
Okay, and who would that include? Would that
Yes.
include Esperanza?
Esperanza
And would that include Pablo?
and Pablo.
Did Pablo make an outcry to you at the scene?
Yes, he did.
While you were stopped there, there was some mention about cameras, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me what was going on with that?
They had mentioned that there might be cameras inside the facility.
When you say they, who are you referring to?
Esperanza, perhaps.
All right. Did you ever make any attempt to go inside the location and ascertain whether they had security cameras?
I did not, ma'am.
Okay, and so did you ever view any surveillance footage from inside of the location?
No, ma'am.
Ultimately, that night, did you ever make contact with anyone and ask them for consent to view cameras?
No, ma'am.
That night, you decide to not make any arrests, is that correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
And in your duties as a patrol officer, you stated that that includes taking preliminary statements, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so, when you take preliminary statements, does that get forwarded to a, follow-up unit?
If a case is generated, then yes. If not, then no.
Okay, and so did you generate a case on August 20th, 2020?
No, I did not.
Okay, and why is that?
I didn't generate a case because, at the time I felt it was a mutual fight.
All right, and so at the time that you responded, because you didn't have any video footage, it's fair to say that you did not have the totality of the evidence in the case, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and have you had an opportunity, well, I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit number 2.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna object at this point. Judge, I'm gonna object. This is not part of his investigation. He said he didn't receive this. I'm not sure his commentary on it would be irrelevant, Judge.
All right, that objection will be overruled. And could I have parties approach briefly, please?
Yes.
And it's sidebar. Sidebar counter. 5. We're off to a good start.
You may proceed.
I'm publishing State's Exhibit number 2. Now that after viewing State's Exhibit number 2, would that have changed that? If you had had it at the time that you responded to the location, would that have changed the actions that you took on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, when you responded, well, you said that you're on West Patrol, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so, as part of being a patrol officer on West Patrol, had you previously responded to that location before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and were you familiar with the management there or the owner?
The owner, I know who he is. That's not that I know who he is. I can visually recognize him as being the owner.
All right. Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Would you please point to him and identify him by an article of clothing?
He's that man right there in the brown. I don't remember his first name.
Thank you. I'll let the record reflect this witness have identified the defendant in the case. Now, did you make brief contact with him on the offense date?
I believe so, ma'am.
Okay, and did he ever make any outcry to you about being in fear for his life?
No, ma'am.
Okay. You talk the witness.
All right, defense.
When you respond, my name's Larry Bloomquist. I represent Mariana Rendon. We've never met before today. Is that correct, officer?
That's correct, sir.
So one of the main duties that you have when you're responding to a scene like this is to identify any potential witness. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And one of the ways that you identify those potential witnesses is you get follow-up contact information. So if there's any kind of follow-up investigation, you can identify those people. And if, like, for example, let's say later on a detective's to be assigned, he can then identify the people and make contact with them, correct?
Correct.
And so that's why it's so important to take names, addresses, phone numbers of every person that you're in contact with. Would you agree with that?
I agree, sir.
And then While you're doing that, you could then run the person through your information system and see if they have any active warrants, correct?
Correct, sir.
So this group of people that are making a complaint to you, there's several individuals there, right?
Yes, sir.
And about how many would you say there were? 5 to 6?
Seems about right.
And out of those 5 to 6, who did you identify, if any?
I identified the lady I stated previously, the niece, and the uncle that was involved in the altercation.
And wouldn't it be important to identify all those other people that are potential witnesses to this? And it takes like literally a second, right? What's your name? What's your address? What's your phone number? What's your date of birth? Correct?
Sounds right, sir?
So it just, 3 seconds identified someone, correct?
Yes, sir.
So if you've taken basically like maybe, let's give it 30 seconds to identify all 5, that would have been possible?
Not 30 seconds, but I see where you're going with that, sir.
Within a minute, you could get that level of information, correct?
In little time.
And you didn't do that.
Correct, sir.
So we have no idea who these other people that were involved in this is. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
And again, if there's cameras inside, and if you wanted to, you could have gone and gotten those cameras or went inside and asked to review them, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And you didn't do that.
Correct, sir.
When you made contact with the female, that was the main person that you were speaking with, correct? That's Esperanza Garza.
That's correct, sir.
When you were making contact with her, did you?
So Paris, but yes,
Okay. Did you notice her to be intoxicated?
it was clear she had some drinks. I don't know to what level.
But it was fair to say that you were able to observe that she'd been drinking, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you deal with people that are drinking all the time. It's part of your job.
That's correct, sir.
And that's kind of what you'd expect also at a bar at 2 o'clock in the morning, a little bit after 2.
That's exactly right, sir.
The same thing with Pablo Rodriguez. Did you notice him to be drinking as well?
Yes, sir.
And did you feel that he was more intoxicated than her or the same?
They all were about the same, sir.
Did you take a statement from the other people involved? Did you take a statement from Anthony Cochran, the security officer that was involved?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Mr. Cochran told you that he was assaulted as well.
I'm gonna object to hearsay.
Judge goes to his decision to arrest or not arrest.
All right, with regards to hearsay, that will be sustained.
Did you take a statement from Mariana Rendon?
No, sir.
Okay. Was there possible that another officer took his statement?
Yes, sir.
But if another officer did take the statement, you're not aware of what statement that would be. Is that fair to say?
The other officer talked to me about his interaction.
But you don't have any personal knowledge of that, correct?
Correct,
What the
sir.
other officer told you.
That's correct, sir.
I'll pass witness.
State,
Just regarding the lack of witness information, at one point during your body worn camera, isn't it correct, a truck is passing by and is trying to flag you and your partner down and your partner waved him off, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and is that something that y'all are trained to do?
No, ma'am.
No, during an investigation, it's important to obtain statements from all possible witnesses and parties involved, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
All right. Now, moving on to the people that you observed to be intoxicated. As a peace officer with SAP, you're specifically trained in identifying clues of intoxication, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and some of those clues could be bloodshot red eyes, correct?
That's correct.
As well as slurred speech, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
As well as an odor of alcohol in the breath, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
As well as a loss of balance and swaying, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you observe those signs of intoxication, those are supposed to be reflected in your report, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
If you're gonna deem somebody intoxicated, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and none of that was documented in this case, correct? Regarding the witnesses.
There is an entry.
Okay, what does the entry say?
But it's not for me.
What is it?
Undercover officer. Observe
Go ahead.
parties involved being highly intoxicated and combative.
Okay, and none of the clues that I just said are documented anywhere, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
In fact, you all did not stop those individuals from leaving in their own vehicles, isn't that correct?
That's not correct. I don't know how they left.
Okay, but did you have a concern that they were intoxicated?
Not to that degree.
not to the degree of you believe that they were able to operate a motor vehicle if they needed to.
Not to that degree either. I didn't find them. I thought they were capable of finding a good ride or going about it the correct way.
Okay, so when we talk about intoxication, the legal definition is having a blood or breath alcohol concentration of a 0.08 or higher, correct?
That's correct.
All right, or a person can lose their mental or physical faculties, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and so are you saying that in your interactions with them, you did not find that they had lost their mental and physical faculties?
I want to say yes, but the way you said that.
Did you believe that they had lost the normal use of their mental and physical faculties?
Not to that degree.
Okay, because you believe that they were still competent to either drive or get a ride, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Pass the witness down.
Briefly, at the time of this event, this would have been August of 2023. How long had you been on the police force?
1 year and 5 months approximately.
And the other officer, the officer who said that they were highly intoxicated and combative, what was his name?
AC Wilson.
And how long had Mr. Wilson been on the?
I think he has 1 year of seniority on me.
And so two officers can have a difference of opinion. He may have found the people to be combative and highly intoxicated, and you may not say that. Would you agree that two different officers can have different opinions?
That's correct, sir.
And who was the primary person discussing the case with them? Was it you or Officer Wilson?
With who, sir?
With these people that people you failed to identify, and Esperanza and Pablo?
Well, we kind of shared the work, sir.
Okay, so you were both observing the same people,
Yes, sir, to some degree.
and you just had a difference of opinion about their level of intoxication.
That's correct, sir.
I'll pass witness.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excused by the state judge.
Excuse from the defense. Your Honor.
The rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone except for attorneys for the state or the defense. You're not allowed to view anything concerning this trial. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may step down. Make sure you leave the microphone behind that's attached. All right, state, call your next witness.
The state calls Esperanza Garza.
Okay, that didn't give that much, in my opinion. He went there, he had an opinion, and he left. Hey! Hello, Marjorie. Hello, reformed convict. Hello, DSN. Good to have you here.
Sorry. Oh, yeah. I'm going to check this for you. All right, can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that the members of the jury can hear. If you'll state your name for the record.
Esperanza Garza.
All right, state, you may proceed.
Esperanza, how old are you currently?
23.
Okay, and what city do you currently live in?
Oh, here in San Antonio, Texas.
How long have you lived in San Antonio, Texas?
Since my whole life. I'm gonna approach you and
I didn't catch her last name, but I do believe this is the daughter of the girlfriend, the victim.
All right, and did you attend high school in San Antonio?
yes, ma'am.
What high school did you?
Ludo Burbank
And do you have, who do you live with currently?
with Carlos, my husband.
Okay, and what's his last name?
Carlos Rodriguez.
You all have children?
Yes.
How many?
2.
Now I want to talk to you about August 20th of 2023. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
Who were you with on that day?
I was with Ricardo Paz and Carlos Rodriguez.
Okay, and what were y'all doing on that day?
We were celebrating Carlos's birthday the day before.
Okay, so and when is Carlos's birthday?
The next day
So that would have
of
been
the next day of the incident.
the next day after then.
Yes.
And so where did you all decide to go celebrate? Carlos?
Volcan.
Is Volcan located in Bexar County, Texas?
Yes.
And had you previously been there before?
Yes.
Excuse me, do you need any tissue?
No, not again.
Okay.
No, it's contested.
Oh, no problem.
And in fact, how did you and Carlos Rodriguez meet?
Volcan.
And so who all went with you to Volcan that night?
It was just Ricardo Paz and Carlos Rodriguez, who we met up with
who we met and saw them was Tina and Pablito.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit number 17.
Have you viewed this before?
Yes,
And can you tell me what it is?
it's the video of me walking out.
Okay. And did you put any identifying marks on this?
No.
Did you sign it? Okay. And is your signature on it how you're able to realize that it's the same video that you viewed earlier?
Yes,
And when you viewed this video, was it a true representation of how you walked out of Volcan on that night?
yes.
At this time, the state defenders, State's Exhibit number 17 to defense.
I'm gonna need to review this, John.
I'm sorry.
Need to review it. I haven't seen it.
All right. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you about a 10-minute break and we will come back. Remember my previous instructions. You're not to view anything about this case and you're not allowed to do any investigation or even think about this case outside the courtroom. Okay. All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors and I'll have you all back at 2:55. That's a little bit more than 10 minutes.
All right. And through the medium of recapping. Dun, dun, dun. That took more than 10 minutes. And here we go again.
No objection.
State's Exhibit number 17 is admitted without objection.
Yes. If this is the daughter of the girlfriend of the victim, I believe this is her second child. Oh, crap. Wrong button, wrong button, wrong button. Hold on, hold on. Yes, yes, I boomered, I boomered. There we are.
No objection.
State's Exhibit number 17 is admitted without objection. 17.
All right, Esperanza. Now I'm going to publish, or permission to publish, Your Honor.
Granted.
I'm going to show you what has been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit number 17. All right, can you see the screen up there okay?
Yes,
All right, now, do you see the female, my mouse is toggling over?
yes, me,
Who's that?
me.
Okay, and the male behind you, who is that?
Carlos Rodriguez,
And the male behind him, who is that?
Ricardo Gomez.
Okay. And regarding Carlos, you said that he's your husband, is that correct?
Yes,
About how long have you all been married?
we've been together over 2 years.
Okay. And do you all have children together?
Yes,
Okay, how many do you?
2.
And so what is this video showing, if you know?
We're exiting Volcan.
Okay. And is this the party that you arrived with?
Yes.
Okay. And so you stated that when you arrived at Volcan, you ran into who?
To Tina and Pablo.
Okay. And do you know them?
Yes,
How do you know them?
they're Carlos's uncles.
Okay.
Oh,
And so when you guys get to Volcan, what are y'all doing there?
we were just listening to the music, dancing, we were drinking.
And do you recall about how many drinks did you have that night?
A few.
Okay. And so when you all do you recall about what time you all arrived?
I believe like around 11 or 12.
Okay, and about how long did you all stay at the location?
A little bit before closing.
Okay. Near closing time, did something out of the ordinary occur?
That's the situation when everything went down with Pablo when he started to take a sip of the last drink.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what happened to Pablo at last call?
So the guy came up to it, the security guard came up to us with a can of ready to the cans that way. And he said, last call, drink it or throw it away. So Pablito took a sip of his drink. And when he was taking a sip of his drink, the security guard, I guess, got upset and then just went at him.
Okay. When you say Pablito, is that Pablo Rodriguez?
Yes, Pablo Rodriguez.
Okay. And when you say you guess the security guard got upset, was this something that you were able to observe?
He was just looking at us, but I had my bottle still in my hand and he didn't tell me anything.
Okay. And so what did the security guard do to Pablo?
Kind of like shoved him. And I guess that's when they rolled over because it was a two-step of where the dancing place is at, then to the actual floor.
Okay. So if I'm understanding this correctly, there's a flat floor, is that correct?
Yes,
And that's where the security guard was from.
yes.
Okay, and Pablo and you and the others that were with you all were up on the second. There's a step up, is that correct?
No, we were in the first step
Okay. Oh, so one step.
down, yeah.
Okay. And at some point, where did Pablo end up?
He just ended up on the floor with a security guard on top of him.
Okay. Did you see Pablo strike the security guard first?
No, he had a beer in his hand.
And so once Pablo was on the ground, what did you observe?
The security guard just started hitting him, but that's when Ricardo Baz tried to say, hey, he's not doing anything, and they, I guess, attacked him too.
Okay. And when you say, well, so what happened with Ricardo Baz?
So when I saw Pablito on the floor, I turned around. Well, we went up on stage also on the second floor of the level of the dancing floor. And I told them to not hit Ricardo Baz for me. He came with us. And then they were just hitting him, and I saw let him go. And the whole situation with Pablito went down also.
Okay. So when Pablo, excuse me, was on the ground, did you see anybody else besides the security guard do anything to him?
Besides the security guards, I saw the owner of Volcan knee him.
Okay. You've observed the video states exhibit number 2, correct? That shows the offense?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see the owner of Volcan here today?
Yes.
Okay, can you please point to him and identify him by an article of clothing that he's wearing?
And he's wearing a button-up purple shirt.
Okay, and is that the same individual that you saw assault Pablo?
Yes.
Okay. And so after you observed the defendant knee Pablo, what happened after that?
I just saw his other security guards get on top of him. And that's when I put myself in and I said, hey, he doesn't understand what y'all are telling him. Y'all are speaking English to him. And the owner of Volcan just kept telling me to get out of his face.
Okay, so when you say put yourself in, did you physically put your hands on anyone?
Not physically on him, but when he pushed me, I gave him a shove back.
Okay, but the reason that did you have concerns about Pablo and whether he was able to understand any commands that were being given to him?
I mean, he was just on the floor, I would say like in shock, because he didn't know who was on top of him and who was hitting him.
Okay, and you further stated regarding what language does Pablo speak?
Spanish.
Okay, and so was Pablo able to understand what people were telling him?
Objection called for speculation.
That will be sustained.
Were you concerned that Pablo may not have been able to understand what people were telling him?
Yes.
Okay, and did you express that to the security guards and to the owner Volcan?
Yes, because he kept saying "que hice," like what was I doing wrong?
Okay. And so after, well, I'm gonna show you this. I'm gonna show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 18. Do you recognize the disc?
Yes,
Okay, and have you viewed the contents of this disc before?
yes,
Okay, and did you sign this disc when you viewed it?
yes.
And is that the way that you're able to tell that it's the same disc that you viewed?
Mhm.
Okay, and when you observed that what's on this disc, was it a true representation of what happened on the date of the offense?
Yes.
Okay, and to your knowledge, has it been altered in any way?
No.
At this time, the state offers this exhibit number 8.
And I'll just renew my objection, Your Honor.
All right, those objections are overruled. State's Exhibit number 18 is admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Granted.
Yeah, Esperanza, I'm gonna ask you to look at the screen and I'm going to publish State's Exhibit number 18. And I'm gonna pause State's Exhibit number 18. I'm gonna back up a little bit. So where my mouse is toggling right here, who is that?
Carlos Rodriguez,
And where my mouse is toggling right here, who is that?
the owner of Volcan.
Okay, and the female that was depicted in the State's Exhibit right there, who is that?
Me.
And so, when did this happen in relation to the assault of Pablo?
It's when I went to the side and I told them to stop hitting Pablo because another security guard came on top of him. And Carlos said, well, he told his uncle in Spanish to not resist. And that's when they hit. I gave him like a little shove. They gave him a shove. So I got in front of him and I said, he didn't do nothing, don't hit him. And then that's when they hit me. And I said, a foul language. And then that's when the owner of Volcan hit me.
Okay. Did you have any injuries from that?
My face was bruised up from to left to the right, kind of, my left cheek. And I had a busted leg.
Okay. Now, after you were assaulted, did you stay inside of the Volcan or where did you go?
I did a little argument with him because I was upset that he had put his hands on me. And then we decided just to leave.
Okay. When you left, did you call anyone?
For the cops.
Okay. And did you speak with the cops on that night?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you spoke with the cops, what name did you provide them?
Esperanza Perez.
Okay. And is that your correct last name?
It was my previous.
Okay. Is there a reason why you gave them that last name?
It was on my previous relationship.
Okay. But did you have ticket warrants at the time?
Oh, yes, I had warrants.
Okay. And were you concerned about that?
Yes.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit number 16. On State's Exhibit number 16, the female that I'm pointing to, who is that?
Me.
And the male to your right?
Carlos Rodriguez.
Okay, and the male to your left.
Ricardo Bad.
Okay. And the female that's to the left in the black shirt, who is that?
Thank you. Salt to see for renewing your membership. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Yeah, again, when they are watching the video, surveillance video from that
And
night,
the male that's
we can see,
depicted right here where my mouse is
because
hovering.
there's
who
no
is that?
camera in the courtroom.
Do
This
you know
is the
if
Zoom
Pablo
feed.
had an opportunity to speak to the police that night?
When I spoke to the police first, him and Tina came up to us and also gave in their report.
Okay. And how were you feeling when you were speaking to the police officers?
I was upset. I was angry. I mean, I just got it hit in the face.
Okay. Did you feel like the police officers were being responsive to you or taking you seriously?
No, not really. They were just looking at me like I was just another drunk girl or another individual.
And did that kind of add to some of the reason why you were upset?
Yes.
Now, regarding, after you made contact with the police, where did you go?
I went home.
Okay. We passed the witness, Your Honor.
All right, defense.
My name is Attorney Larry Lucas. I represent Mariano Rendon. We've never met before today. Is that correct? So I want to go back and talk about this evening. So, what time did you arrive at El Volcan?
I would say around 11 to 12-ish.
And when you arrived, did you know that Tina and Pablo were going to be there?
No.
And where had you been before you got to El Volcan?
We were just home.
What time did you leave home?
I would say around 10:30.
And had you had anything to drink while you were at home?
No.
And when you got to El Volcan, you said you were drinking. How much did you have to drink that night?
We had bought a bucket. There was 3 of us, so maybe like 3 beers the most.
And so when they asked, isn't it true that they asked Pablo multiple times, the security officer, to give up his beer? Isn't that correct?
No.
And isn't it correct that at some point the security officer tried to grab the beer out of Pablo's hand?
Yes.
And at that point, Pablo grabbed the security officer, correct?
No.
And at some point, they begin to struggle, Pablo and the security officer, correct?
I'm not sure.
Well, they're both grabbing each other at some point,
Oh,
correct?
yes. Sorry.
And at some point, they end up on the ground, correct?
Yes.
And there's a period of time when Pablo's on top of the security officer, and another time when the security officer's on top of Pablo, correct?
No.
And during this fight, you're kind of getting involved, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, there's Mr. Valles, am I pronouncing his last name right? Correct? Valles, Valles, is that correct?
I don't know who that is.
Who's the third person with you? It's Ricardo.
Or Baz.
Huh?
Baz.
Baz, B-A-Z?
P-A-Z.
Okay. So Mr. Baz is also getting involved at some point, you said that, correct?
Yes.
But as far as from the bar, there's actually the security officer who's struggling with Pablo. There's also 2 other members of the staff there as well, correct?
Yes.
And one of the guys was the guy who was collecting that had the trash can, the porter that was collecting the beers,
Yeah.
correct? And there was another gentleman there also from the bar doing the same thing, collecting the beer from the people that were still drinking, correct?
I'm not sure.
And at some point, there was a huge pushing match between all of these guys, between Mr. Baz and the 2 people that are working at the staff and the security guard, right? So there's at least 3 males there, and then there's at least 3 males from the bar, correct?
I'm not sure.
At some point, there's a period of time where the members of the bar are trying to keep Mr. Baz and you away from the altercation between the security officer and Mr. Rodriguez, Pablo Rodriguez, correct?
Yes.
And at some point, your boyfriend, I'm assuming, is Mr. Rodriguez in the white shirt that's trying to keep you away, correct?
Mhm.
And I can use your guys' system just because it's just easier. Can you pull up the first video that we had? Seen?
And I can give you the mouse if you.
Oh, yeah. I just want to pause it a second. Okay, before we get to this video, you're the one that actually got this video, correct? Someone gave it to you?
Yes.
Who gave it to you?
I'm not sure. Someone random sent it to me
How would they know who you are to send it to you if they didn't
because
know?
I posted it on Facebook.
And you saw it on Facebook, or how's that?
Yes, they sent it to me through Messenger.
Okay. How would they know you're one of the people involved unless they knew you personally?
No, I tagged Volcan and I tagged the situation. I posted the video.
And this video, it starts while everything is already well going on, correct?
Mm.
There's a whole bunch of stuff that happened before this video that's not depicted in this video, correct?
Yes.
And you don't know who made this video, and you don't know whether they edited or cut out any of the first part of it, correct?
Yes.
No, you don't mind. I'm
No,
not
no.
trying to invade your
That's
space.
okay.
And right here, we see Carlos, he's actually grabbing you and trying to pull you away from this altercation, correct?
Yes.
Because he probably wants to protect you from being involved in this. But also, you'd agree with me, it's not helpful for you to be involved in this, correct?
Yes.
You're actually just making things worse by interfering with what's going on. Fair to say?
If you were to say.
Huh?
If you were to say.
And at this point, again, we have Carlos, he's trying to pull you away from this, and you keep going up towards the altercation, correct?
Yes.
And that's really just making things more difficult and more confused and more difficult. Is that fair to say?
If you were to say.
At some point, one of the porters in this case got a dislocated shoulder. Do you know how that happened?
No.
Okay. And he's one of the bar staff members. Was there a struggle between him and Mr. Boz?
I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Well, you were there. Do you know?
No.
Okay. You see where I'm pointing at right here? There's another gentleman on the floor in the white shirt. Do you see who that person is?
Yes, Ricardo.
That's Ricardo Boz. It's laying on the ground here. There's
Yeah.
another person. We got Pablo over here and a security guard over here. We have another person on the ground and another, looks like security officer here. This person here in the white shirt, who is that? Is that Ricardo Boz?
Yeah.
So Mr. Boz is also fighting with the security, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we have Pablo fighting with one security officer, and we have Mr. Boz fighting with another security officer. And then we have you coming in and out of the fight, being dragged away by Ricardo, correct?
Being dragged by.
Carlos, I'm sorry, being dragged by Carlos,
Yes.
correct? So we really have a melee here. We actually have at least 4 males fighting, and then we have you coming in and out of the action, correct?
Yes.
And the security officer had a firearm on him, isn't that correct?
I'm not sure.
During the fight, items of his uniform were being removed from him, correct? His hat was removed at some point. His baton was taken from him. His radio was taken from him. Isn't that correct?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay, you're not aware of that, but that's possible that that happened, correct?
I didn't see any of that.
Okay. And if the radio, if we know for a fact that the radio left the location and went to a third location, were you involved with that?
No.
At some point, has you and there's Mr. Rendon. Did you know, had you ever met Mr. Rendon before?
No, I've just seen him from far away.
I will say El Balcon is a romantic place. You're the second couple that got married after being there.
Mm,
Unfortunately, it's closed, so I don't think we're gonna have any more marriages, but that's very romantic. But you've seen him before?
from a distance, yes.
Okay. So he's telling you, get back, right?
Yes.
He's trying to stop everyone from fighting.
Mm,
And that's the purpose of him saying, get back.
yes.
But you're not getting back. You're coming back towards him at that point.
Mm,
And he's flipping his hand at you saying, get back, right?
yes.
Because again, he's trying to contain this. We already have at least 4 males fighting over here on the floor, and he's trying to calm the situation down. And you keep coming back, and you've got Carlos with him. He doesn't know what Carlos is about to do or not do, right? So he's trying to get both you and Carlos to step back so that they can deal with this situation that's going on.
Mm,
And you'd agree with me that it's a dangerous situation because we have a man that has a gun on the dance floor. We have a bunch of people that are intoxicated. We don't know exactly what's going to happen. If they removed some items of his clothing, it's reasonable that they could remove his firearm as well, correct?
I'm gonna object to speculation, Your Honor.
Sustained.
And at this point, again, Mr. Carlos is trying to pull you back, but you want to get involved in the fight. You're getting up involved in it, and you hear Mr. Rendon saying again, get back, right?
yes.
At some point, isn't it true that you grabbed Mr. Rendon around the neck?
No.
Is it possible you did and you don't remember because the fight was going on?
Mm, I do remember, but I never put a hand on him until he pushed me.
And if Mr. Rendon has a scratch on the back of his neck that might be consistent with you grabbing him by the neck, you disagree with that?
I never grabbed him on his neck.
And here we are. Carlos has pulled you back again, and you're stepping back in to create more of a problem, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, Mr. Rendon pushes you, and you step back several steps, correct?
Yes.
Well, it's cross-examination. So
Were
he's
you there
actively
when-
trying to get his
when-
kind story
when
out
Pablo was brought
through
out of
the
the building?
questions.
No.
No. I'll pass the witness.
State.
Briefly, Esperanza, when you say you were kind of getting involved, were you trying to physically participate in what was going on and put your hands on the security guard or Pablo or boss?
No.
What were you trying to do?
I was just asking for them to let him go because he didn't understand him. They just kept repeatedly talking to him and speaking to him in English.
Okay. And were you concerned for his safety? Is that why you felt like you needed to get involved?
Yes.
Okay, and is that why you weren't really backing up when the defendant was telling you to get back?
Yes.
Now, there was some mention about someone sending you the video through Facebook Messenger, is that correct?
Yes,
And so you said that you made a post and you tagged the Volgan Facebook page, is that correct?
yes.
And did anyone from El Volcan respond to your post?
Yes, the owner.
And what did he say?
That he would be suing me also about the scratch that he had in the back of his neck.
And what was your response to that?
That it could have been from an altercation, from him arguing and fighting with some ladies outside also, from his old gun.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, it's okay.
Okay. And is that something that you personally observed on that night?
Yes,
And was that after the assault of Pablo and yourself?
yes.
Okay. Now regarding Pablo, I want to take you back to when he was asked to discard his beer. When Pablo was asked to discard his beer, did Pablo put his hands on the security guard at all?
No,
Okay. And regarding Ricardo Vaz, did Ricardo put his hands on any security guard first?
first, no.
How did Ricardo get involved in what was going on?
He was doing what I was doing. He was asking Pablito not to move and not to fight back.
Okay, and then who approached Ricardo?
One of the security guards,
And what did that security guard do?
just started fighting with him on the floor or wrestling.
Okay. We passed the witness, Your Honor.
Defense.
Isn't it true that had Carlos just pulled you to the side, right? Had Carlos just pulled you to the side and you stayed there, most likely you wouldn't have gotten hit, correct?
Yes,
So when you chose to get involved in this fight, you put yourself in the line of danger because you know that there's men fighting over here. And instead of staying over here where you're safe, you felt it was necessary for you to get involved, correct?
yes.
I'll pass witness.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excused by the state.
Subject to recall.
All right, the rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to view anything or discuss your testimony with anyone except for attorneys for the state or the defense. Make sure you're available if either party decides to recall you.
Okay.
You may step down if you'll remove the side microphone, please. And state and defense, you both have exhibits 17 and 18, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, state, call your next witness.
The state calls Pablo Rodriguez. Anyway, Carlos Rodriguez, excuse me.
Did you need something?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
Yes. Do you want us to exit and have,
Yes, if they'll put everything on to make sure it works.
if we could just have a moment, please.
Yes.
Who got hurt? It is Mr. Rodriguez. He is the plaintiff in this case. And after the struggle or brawl or whatever you want to call it, a few days later, he had to go to the hospital, who sent him directly to an ER where they prepped him for surgery because he had a rip in his intestine, which caused some major surgery, which took a while to get well from because it got some complications on top of it. So he spent at least a combined month in recovery. Although it is a bit contested how long he was actually in the hospital. All right.
All right, here, have a seat.
Next witness.
If you'll take a seat here, please. Oh, have a seat. All right, we have an interpreter here. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. For the interpreter. All right. Do you solemnly swear and affirm you will faithfully translate from English into Spanish and Spanish into English, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, you may lower your hand. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this witness is going to testify through an interpreter. If you speak the Spanish language, you are not allowed to use your own interpretation. The witness's statement and what the witness is saying is through the translator. Does everyone understand?
Yes.
All right, sir, if you can raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right,
Yes.
so here's the thing. Either you're going to respond in Spanish or you respond in English, but you cannot do both.
Perdón.
I'm sorry.
Okay. The court understands that sometimes people may understand some English, but not all. But we have an interpreter here, so the interpreter is to be used 100%. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, you may proceed.
What is your name?
¿Cuál es su nombre, señor?
Carlos Dorantes Rodríguez,
Carlos Dorantes Rodríguez.
And how old are you?
¿Qué edad tiene, señor?
23 años.
23 years old.
What city do you currently live in?
Ciudad donde usted vive.
Donde vivo actualmente,
Where I live currently?
Yes, what city do you currently live in?
¿Cuál ciudad vive usted actualmente?
San Antonio.
In San Antonio.
About how long have you lived in San Antonio?
4 años.
4 years.
And who do you live with here in San Antonio?
¿Quién vive aquí en San Antonio?
Con mi esposa,
With my wife.
What is your wife's name?
¿Cuál es el nombre?
Esperanza Garza.
Esperanza Garza.
And how long have you all been together?
¿Cuánto tiempo llevan juntos?
Son como 2 años y medio.
About 2.5 years.
Do you all have children with each other?
¿Tienen hijos juntos?
Sí,
How
Yes.
many?
¿Cuántos?
uno y él está embarazada.
1, and she is pregnant.
Okay. Now, I want to take you back to August 20th of 2023. Do you recall that day?
¿Recuerda esa fecha?
Sí,
Yes.
Who were you with on that day?
¿Quién estaba ese día?
con mi esposa y un amigo.
With my wife and a friend.
And what is the name of your friend?
¿Cuál es el nombre de su amigo?
Ricardo Báez.
Ricardo Valles.
I'm going to show you what's been entered into evidence as the exhibit number 17. Can you see the screen?
Sí,
Yes.
Who is this female on state's exhibit number 17?
Esperanza Garza.
Esperanza Garza.
And who is this male behind Esperanza?
Soy yo.
That is me.
And who is the male behind you?
Ricardo Báez.
Ricardo Valles.
Okay. Where did you, Esperanza, and Ricardo decide to go on that day?
Estábamos en casa y nos visitó y salimos a bailar y a celebrar lo de mi cumpleaños.
We were at home and he stopped by to visit, so we went out to dance and to celebrate my birthday.
And when is your birthday?
El 20 de agosto.
August 20th.
Okay. And where did you all decide to go? Or what location did you all go to dance at?
Al volcán.
To Volcan.
And is Volcan located in San Antonio, Texas?
Sí,
Yes.
And is this a place that you had visited previously?
sí, nos gustaba mucho la música y el salir a bailar nos gusta.
Yes, we like the music there a lot and we like going out to dance.
Okay. Do you recall about what time you arrived at Volcan?
No exactamente.
Not exactly.
Okay. When you arrived at Volcan, what did you do?
Entramos y pues empezamos a disfrutar de la música.
We went inside and we started enjoying the music.
While you were inside, did you run into anyone that you know?
Sí, a mi tío.
Yes, my uncle.
What is your uncle's name?
Pablo Rodríguez.
Pablo Rodriguez.
And was someone there with Pablo?
Su esposa.
His wife.
Do you know his wife's name?
Tina Jiménez.
Tina Jimenez.
All right. And once you ran into your uncle and his wife, what did you all do?
Estuvimos juntos disfrutando de la noche.
We were together enjoying the night.
Prior to arriving at Volcan, did you have plans to meet your uncle and Tina there?
No.
No.
Okay. At some point during the night, did something out of the ordinary occur involving your uncle Pablo Rodriguez?
Sí, el incidente de su herida.
Yes, the incident of his wound.
Can you please describe to the jury what happened?
Sucedió un inconveniente que él terminó en el hospital.
There was some inconvenience that happened. He ended up in the hospital.
Okay. Regarding the inconvenience, what happened involving your uncle Pablo Rodriguez and the beer?
Sí, que salió mal algo con un hombre de seguridad y de ahí comenzó pues él cayó al suelo.
There's
Lo derribaron.
something that went wrong with the security guard, and that's when that incident began, and he fell to the floor.
Did you see the security guard approach Pablo Rodriguez?
Sí,
What
Yes.
did the security guard tell Pablo?
le arrebató una cerveza y de ahí comenzó, como no estuve muy cerca, comenzó cuando ya lo derribaron.
He grabbed the beer from him, and that's where everything began. I wasn't very close, but that's where they brought him down.
Did you ever see Pablo hit the security guard first?
Nunca.
Never.
Once Pablo was on the floor, what did you observe?
Estaba tratando de calmarse, como que todo se calmara y ya luego llegó otro hombre y lo atacó.
He was trying to remain calm. He was trying to keep everybody calm, but then another man arrived and attacked him.
The other man that arrived and attacked Pablo, do you know who he was?
No conozco su nombre.
I don't know his name.
Have you seen him there at the club before?
Sí,
Yes.
And what did he usually do at the club?
estaba como observando, cuidando, no sé, su trabajo.
He was there watching and looking out, doing his job.
Did you know him as the owner of the club?
Sí,
Okay.
Yes.
What did you observe the owner of Volcan do to Pablo?
le golpeó con su rodilla cuando Pablo estaba en el suelo.
He hit him with his knee when Pablo was on the floor.
And when you said that you were trying to keep everyone calm, did that include Esperanza Garza?
Si yo mantuve en calma a Esperanza. ¿Cómo?
You
No
mean if
entendí.
I kept Esperanza calm? I didn't understand.
Yes, were you trying, what was Esperanza doing at the time?
Estábamos juntos, mirando toda la situación y tratando de que no pasara nada malo.
We were together observing the situation and trying for things not to get out of hand.
Okay, I'm gonna show you what has been entered into evidence on State Exhibit number 2.
Yeah, and now they are
Can you
checking
see where my mouse is toggling?
checking things on the court
Yes,
Who is that
screen,
person?
and we can see it because the Zoom feed doesn't show
Soy yo.
that,
it's me.
And
sadly.
who are you hugging?
No alcanzo a, no puedo ver bien.
I can't see very well.
Who is that in your arms?
Mi esposa Esperanza Garza.
My wife, Esperanza Garza.
Were you trying to pull Esperanza back from where Pablo was?
Estaba, pues sí, tratando de que todo se calmara.
Well, yes, I was trying to keep everybody calm.
Okay. Now at some point, did Ricardo Vaz, what happened with Ricardo?
También lo derribaron.
He was brought down also.
Did you see who brought him down?
No, vi al hombre, pero no lo pude identificar.
No, I saw the man, but I couldn't identify him.
Did the man that brought him down work at Volcan?
Yo supongo que sí.
I suppose so.
Did Ricardo ever strike the person first?
No,
No.
Okay. Now, after the owner of Volcan assaulted Pablo, what did he do against Esperanza?
no sé exactamente cómo fue el golpe, pero la impulsó hacia mí y pues fue rápido.
I don't know exactly how the blow went, but he pushed her towards me. It happened quickly.
At any time, did you hit any employees of Volcan?
Nunca.
Never.
And were you ever involved in the assault at Volcan?
No.
No.
After the assault of Esperanza, did you leave Volcan?
Sí, mantenimos la calma para no buscar más problemas y procedimos a irnos enseguida después de que ya soltaron a Pablo.
Yes, we try to remain calm. We didn't want to cause any more problems, and we left after they let Pablo go.
Once you were outside of the location, did the police arrive?
Sí, ya llamamos a la policía.
Yes, we called the police.
And who did you observe speak to the police?
Habló Tina Jiménez y mi esposa Esperanza.
Tina Jimenez and my wife Esperanza were the ones that spoke.
Did the police ever attempt to take a statement from you?
Yo no pude entender muy bien todo, así que me mantuve un poco alejado. O sea, no me involucré.
I couldn't understand everything, so I remained separated. I didn't get involved.
When you say you didn't understand everything, is that because the officers were speaking in English?
Sí, estaban hablando en inglés.
Yes, they were talking in English.
Okay, and Spanish is the language that you understand and speak better, is that correct?
Sí, es mi primer idioma.
Yes, it's my first language.
We pass the witness.
Defense?
Carlos, you and I have never met before today, correct?
No.
No.
My name is Larry Bloomquist. I represent Ricardo, I'm sorry, not Ricardo, Mariano Rendon. Before you testified today, who did you discuss your testimony with?
No entendí.
I didn't understand.
Before you testified today, did you talk to somebody, did you talk to the prosecutors in the case about your testimony?
Sí hablaron conmigo sobre decir la verdad y nada más que la verdad.
Yes, they spoke with me about telling the truth and nothing but the truth.
And did you talk to Esperanza about your testimony?
Solo vinimos juntos de acuerdo a apoyar a Pablo. Esto.
What about,
We just came together to support Pablo. That was all.
did you discuss your testimony with Pablo or Tina?
No,
No.
And you met your wife there at El Volcan?
sí, mucho tiempo atrás.
Yes, a long time ago.
How often did you go to El Volcan?
Cuando no teníamos a nuestro bebé, sí salíamos, digamos, una vez por mes, 2 veces por mes.
Before we had the baby, we used to go out once a month, sometimes 2 times per month.
And on the day that this happened, where were you? You said you were at your house before you went to El Volcan.
Sí, estábamos en casa.
Yes, we were at home.
And did you have anything to drink, alcoholic beverages before you went to El Volcan?
No,
No.
What about Mr. Baez?
no lo sé porque él llegó a visitarme a mi casa y después nos dirigimos al volcán.
I don't know because he stopped by my house to visit, and after that, we proceeded to go to Volcan.
What about Esperanza? Had Esperanza had anything to drink at the house before you went?
No,
No.
When you got to El Volcan, you are all drinking and dancing, correct?
un poco.
A little bit.
At some point, you met with Pablo and Tina, correct?
En la noche, ya en el volcán.
At night, when we got to Volcan.
And when you saw Pablo, he was celebrating his birthday.
Él no estaba celebrando mi cumpleaños, él fue por su cuenta.
Okay,
He wasn't there celebrating my birthday. He was there on his own account.
right. But you do know that that was his birthday that day, the 19th?
Yo sí sabía de su cumpleaños, años antes lo habíamos celebrado juntos, pero ese año no.
Yes, I did know that was his birthday. Years before, we had celebrated together, but not that year.
Okay. And when you saw Pablo, it was clear to you that he'd been drinking?
No, yo no sé sobre Pablo si estaba tomando antes.
I don't know about that. I don't know if he was drinking beforehand.
Okay. But I mean, you could tell that he was drinking at the bar, correct?
Un poco, cuando estuvo conmigo.
A little bit when he was with me.
And then at the time that this altercation occurred, where were you standing in relationship to Pablo?
Estábamos un lado del otro. Estábamos en la pista de baile, en un lado.
We were next to each other on the dance floor I was standing next to each other.
And at some point, someone came up and said that you guys needed, any drinks that you guys had to go into trash can, correct?
Cuando ya iban parece que a cerrar, creo.
I believe when they were about to close.
And at that point, Ricardo did not give up his beer immediately, correct?
Ricardo la tiró.
Ricardo threw it.
Mhm. When you say he threw it, describe that.
O la pusieron en el bote de basura.
Oh, he put it in the trash can.
But he actually threw it into the
No.
trash can with force, isn't that correct?
No.
No,
At some point prior to that, the security officer had tried to grab the beer. He'd asked Ricardo for the beer repeatedly, correct?
No.
no.
And at that point, at some point, the security officer was trying to grab the beer out of Pablo's hand.
A Ricardo no.
No,
Not to
Pablo.
Ricardo.
I'm sorry. He was trying to grab it out of Pablo's hand.
Solo se la arrebató.
He just took it away.
And at that time, Pablo grabbed the security officer.
No, fue al revés. El guardia agarró a Pablo.
No, it was the other way around. The security guard grabbed Pablo.
And Pablo began to struggle with the security guard, correct?
No, el guardia lo jaló.
No, the guard was the one that pulled him.
Other than the guard, there were two other employees of El Volcán there, correct? That were not security guards, but were employees of the bar.
No, no sé distinguirlos.
I couldn't make him out.
At some point, Pablo and the security guard end up on the ground, correct?
Sí terminaron en el piso.
Yes, they ended up on the floor.
And then there's a period of time when Pablo is on top of the security guard, and there's another time when the security guard's on top of Pablo, correct?
Yo creo que Pablo solo se trataba de levantar.
I think Pablo was just trying to get up.
But my question is, there was a time when Pablo was on top of the security guard, and there was another time when the security guard was on top of Pablo.
No lo creo.
I don't believe so.
Yeah. Okay, and in this video, you've got a chance to see this, correct? Yes?
No puedo distinguir bien la imagen.
I can't make out the image.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. You see, does this look like Pablo there on the ground?
No puedo ver.
I can't see him.
Oh, there's a glare. Can you look at the screen behind you?
Sí, Pablo está en el suelo.
Okay.
Yes, Pablo's on the floor.
And in this picture, we see the security guard on top of Pablo, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
And we see another man with his back turned, this man right here on his knees, correct?
Sí.
And
Yes.
he's one of the employees of the bar?
No lo conozco. No lo puedo distinguir.
I don't know him. I can't make him out.
We see another man in a white shirt that's laying on the ground, and that's Ricardo, correct?
Él es Ricardo, sí.
Yes, that is Ricardo.
And at this time, we see you with your arms around Esperanza, and you're trying to pull her away from the fight, correct?
No, pues solo estaba tratando de que no se hiciera más grande todo.
I was just trying to get things from keeping out of hand.
Right. But you have your arms around Esperanza and we actually will see you pull her back, right?
Un poco nomás la estaba deteniendo.
A little bit. I was just trying to hold her.
We actually see you take about 3 steps back. Is that fair to say?
Sí, parece que sí.
Yes, it appears that way.
And at some point you see the man. Did you know him by his name or not? Did you know the owner at all?
Personalmente no.
Okay.
Not personally.
But you see the man that identifies the owner telling you to get back, right? Let's listen.
Vamos a escuchar.
He's saying get back and moving his arm in this direction, right?
Sí.
Yes.
And while he's doing this, he's looking at you in Esperanza, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
And you're trying to do the right thing by moving Esperanza back, exactly what the man asked you to do, correct?
Exacto, nunca quisimos problemas.
Exactly. We didn't want any problems.
Well, you didn't want any problems, but there might have been other people that wanted problems, correct?
I'm gonna object to speculation.
Sustained.
So now you're continuing to pull Esperanza back, and we actually see you there kind of struggling with her where she's trying to pull forward and she was trying to go back into the fight, correct?
Solo estaba diciendo que se detuvieran.
She was only telling them to stop.
But she's trying to step forward and you're trying to pull her back. We see you struggle with her right there, correct?
Solo estaba tratando de detener todo lo que estaba pasando.
I was just
Nada
trying to stop what was going on.
I
That's
understand,
it.
but you have to answer my question. My question is, you're trying to pull her back and she's trying to step forward, correct?
Sí, ella estaba tratando de ir hacia adelante.
Yes, she was trying to go forward.
And right here, you've now taken a couple more steps back and we see her stepping forward, right?
Sí.
Yes.
At some point, is it possible that she grabbed the owner by the neck?
No, nunca.
No, never.
And at that point, let me back it up just a little bit more. We see him again saying, get back, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
And at this point, you're having a problem containing Esperanza because she wants to go back into the fight, right?
Sí la estaba deteniendo, pero ella no iba a pelear.
Yes, I was holding her back, but she was not there to fight.
Well, how are they supposed to know why she's approaching them?
Sustained.
So my point, at this point, you've now moved to the front of her and you're actually pushing her back with your body, trying to keep her from going back into where there's problems, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
And there you are again. You've pushed her back now, and she's trying to circle around and get around you to get back into the problem, correct? You want to see it again?
Sí.
Yes.
Sí, no lo pude ver bien.
I couldn't see clearly.
It may be easier for you to watch the screen behind you. I don't know. You're actually pushing her back, and she still wants to go into the fight, correct? We actually see you push her back, and she's going around you to get back in the fight, correct?
Sí, solo trató de acercarse.
Yes, she was just trying to get close.
And you're blocking her with your body because you want her to be safe, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
If one of the porters that worked at the bar got a dislocated shoulder, how do you think that happened?
No lo sé.
I'm gonna, go ahead.
I don't know.
There was a time before, and this video starts, this dispute has already been going on for some period of time, correct?
Ya hace tiempo.
It had been a while.
And at some point, the people that worked at the bar were trying to push everybody away so that the security guard in Pablo could resolve itself by itself. Isn't that fair to say?
No, no entendí.
I didn't understand.
At some point, there are two bar staff members that are trying to push all these people away so that they're not in the area where the security guard and Pablo are. Isn't that correct?
Sí, estaban tratando de alejar a la gente se estaba acercando.
Yes, they were trying to push the people away. The people were trying to get close.
At some point, if a radio and a baton was taken off of the security guard, do you know who did that?
No.
No.
At the time that this occurred, so you live in San Antonio now. Where did you live back in August of 2023?
En un apartamento en militar.
In an apartment on Military.
And afterwards, did any of the people in your party say that they had taken the radio?
No.
No.
The security guard in this case had a gun on him, isn't that correct?
No lo sé.
I don't know.
I'll pass the witness.
No further questions.
All right, is this witness excused?
I
Subject
say
to-
yes.
Subject to recall, yeah.
All right, the rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to view anything about this trial or discuss your testimony with anyone except for attorneys for the state or the defense. Make sure you're available in case either side wishes to recall you. You may step down. All right, state, call your next witness.
The state calls Daniel Gross.
Okay, let's see. Oh, here we have a police officer.
Court reporter, and then when you testify and speak into this is for the jury.
All right, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may have a seat. State your name for the record.
Daniel Gross.
All right, you may proceed, state.
Detective Gross, how are you currently employed?
With the San Antonio Police Department as a detective investigator.
And what unit are you currently with?
Property Crimes Task Force for the nighttime detail.
How long have you been with the San Antonio Police Department?
A little over 13 and a half years.
Yeah, the defense attorney's
Going
voice is
back
a bit
13 years
whiny.
When you started
but-
out,
yep.
what training did you have to undergo to become a police officer?
Both, I guess, academic training with the penal code and the law, and then also tactical training and physical fitness.
Does the police department have an academy?
Yes,
Did you attend the academy?
yes,
After the academy, do you have a probationary period?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, what does that look like?
There's, it's been a while, but I think there's around 12 weeks of rides, and there's 2 weeks of evaluations, and then the entire year you're considered on probation. From there, we have a monthly meeting with the sergeants.
Okay. So during the rides, are you riding with a more senior officer? Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And then when you're when you're let out on your own, what was your assignment? Were you a patrol officer?
Yeah, I was a patrol officer
How many years did you do that?
for 7 years.
Okay, and then after you were done with patrol, where did you go from there?
I promoted to detective, and I was a uniform evidence detective for about 6 months.
Okay. When you promote to detective, is there an exam that you have to take for that?
Yes,
Okay. After you were a uniform detective, evidence detective, where did you go from there?
from there I did 2.5 years at nighttime major crimes or night CID,
And after that?
and after that I did around 2.5 years at homicide.
Okay. And then from homicide, did you go to property crime?
Correct.
All right. Now I want to talk to you, and just as a detective, are you a certified peace officer in the state of Texas?
Yes,
And is that through an agency called TPOL?
yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. And is that a statewide licensing?
Yes, it's state.
Okay. Now I want to take you back to the month of August of 2023. Were you employed as a police officer with the San Antonio Police Department between August 20th and September 26th of 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what was your title and assignment during those months?
I was a detective investigator with the homicide aggravated assaults detail.
Okay. And regarding homicide, I guess, what type of cases does homicide investigate?
There's anything up from what's called a harassment case, where you repeated phone calls and things like that, all the way up to a shooting where a person could be paralyzed for life. I guess from that seriousness of that.
Okay, and that detail is specifically the aggravated assaults?
Yeah, that's specifically the aggravated assault.
Okay. Now, while on August 28th of 2023, were you on duty? Well, okay. Did you create a prosecution guide for the case that we're here for today?
Yes.
Would it help you to have a copy of that to refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 19. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
This is my investigative supplement report, also known as a prosecution guide.
Okay, and was that authored by you?
Yes.
Okay, and it contains your name and badge number, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it a true and accurate depiction of the report that you generated at the time in 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna just ask you to speak into
Okay.
it. Now you can use that to refresh your memory, but please do not read from it, okay? So were you on duty on August 28th of 2023?
I believe I was.
All right. And were you assigned to do follow-up investigation on an SAPD 23187588?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. How did you end up with that case?
The sergeants kind of just they have a list of what detectives get what cases based on, I guess, just a order or a sequence. And this case just happened to fall into the one that was assigned to me based on a crime in that category that I was up for.
Was there a different SAPD incident number associated with this case number that I just referenced?
Yes.
And what was that previous case number or incident number, excuse me?
On my report, it shows to be the SAPD-2023-11797626.
Can you please explain to the jury what is the difference between an incident number and a case number?
Anytime someone calls the police, if there's any police interaction, it's supposed to be documented with an incident number. So every incident, every interaction has that. If there's believed to be pertinent information, either to a crime or that just seems like it would be more important to have, I don't know, stored for, in a more appropriate way, I guess, then it would get assigned a case number.
Okay, and so case numbers, or is it true that case numbers are generally assigned when there's an arrest on the scene?
Yes, or any type of crime has been determined.
Okay, and so in this case, the offense date was August 20th of 2023. Under the SAPD incident number, was there ever an offense report generated for that SAPD 2023 1179-726?
No.
Okay, and so was there additional follow-up that was done that created a case number, or how did that come about?
The victims in this case, or reporting person, contacted the police again to provide further information. And at that point, an officer decided that it fit the elements for a crime, and he generated a case number.
Do you know why the person contacted the police again?
I believe because the injuries were more extensive than she felt was reasonable, and the police did not initially make a report, so she wanted to ensure that one was.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you to refer to page 2 of your report on the 5th paragraph, please. Did the reporting party state their feelings regarding the way that the initial incident was handled? On August 22nd, 2023.
Because he went to the emergency room.
Okay. Did you ever have any communication with the victim's wife, Tina?
Yes.
What were her feelings regarding the way that the officers handled the call on the night of the offense? She felt that that they didn't listen to her side, isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct. She felt like she didn't get.
All right. Now moving on, you're assigned to the case, and when you are assigned to a case generally, what do you do to conduct a follow-up investigation?
Generally, I mean, the first thing to do is to review all that's available so far with the officers. So I reviewed that, and then it's to contact the complainant or the reporting person and find out what their side of things are. From there, look for witnesses, and then from there, talk to the defendants.
Okay. Now regarding any witnesses, in this case, can you just list the victims and witnesses that you spoke with, to take statements from?
I spoke with Tina, I spoke with Esperanza, I spoke with Pablo, and then I spoke with Anthony, and I spoke with Mariano.
And regarding the witnesses that you followed up with, was that based on initial or information that was obtained by the officer that generated the offense report?
I only think some of it was from the offense report. Some of it was from reviewing the initial incident. Well,
And so when you interviewed Tina, do you recall, was that over phone or in person?
initially it was over the phone.
Okay, and regarding Esperanza, was that in phone or in person?
That was on the phone.
Okay, and regarding Pablo, were you able to conduct an interview with him?
Yes, and that was in person.
That was in person? Okay. Based on the information that you gained from your interviews, did you find that those interviews were consistent with each other?
Yes,
All right. Now, regarding the contact that you made, you stated you made contact with the defendant, is that correct?
yes,
Okay. Was that over the phone or in person?
it's over the phone.
And had you been charged with any crime at that time?
No,
All right, and so did he voluntarily speak with you?
yes,
When you spoke with him, well, I guess let me back up. Did you receive any evidence from Tina regarding this case?
yes.
And what was that?
Initially, it was one cell phone footage and then pictures of injuries, both I think from her and the Pablo.
Okay. And you had an opportunity to view the cell phone video, is that correct?
Yes,
Do you recall what it shows? Well, I'll show you State's Exhibit number 2. All right, now regarding the individual that is displayed in State's Exhibit number 2, dropping his knees into the individual that's laying on their back on the floor, were you able to identify that individual?
yes.
And who was that?
It was Mariano Rendon.
Okay, and that's the same person that you conducted a voluntary interview with, is that correct?
Sorry. Yes, that is the same person I spoke to on the phone.
Okay. When you spoke with the defendant, or did he make any statement to you regarding ever being in fear for his life on that night?
No, I don't recall it.
Did you specifically ask the defendant whether did you ask the defendant who assaulted the victim, Pablo Rodriguez?
I recall, I believe I told him that that's what we're investigating and I wanted to speak to him about it. And I did tell him that he was implicated as someone who assaulted him. So I was asking for explanations, but I don't know how I directly worded it.
Okay. And isn't it true that he stated that he never touched Pablo Rodriguez?
Yes,
Is that consistent with the video evidence that is State's Exhibit number 2?
no, ma'am.
When you conducted an interview with the defendant, did you have some suspicions that the location Elbow Con had some type of security cameras?
Yes,
Okay. What did you do to try to obtain footage from that?
I just requested the footage if it's available
From who?
from Mr. Rendon.
Okay. Did the defendant ever provide you that footage?
He provided me with some footage.
And for you who wonder, yes, Pablo Rodriguez is alive and doing fairly well. He testified on day 1.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 20. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes,
Have you viewed the contents of this disc?
yes,
Did you make any identifying marks on this disc?
yes, I signed it with my badge number and put the date.
And is that how you're able to recognize that it's the same video that you viewed earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
When you viewed this contents of this disc, is it in the same condition as when you provided it to the district attorney's office?
Yes,
And it hasn't been altered in any way, is that correct?
that's correct.
And this is a copy of the videos that you received from the defendant, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At this time, the state offers state's exhibit number two.
That's the, we looked at earlier,
The-
correct?
Yeah.
We have no objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit number 20 is admitted without objection.
Permission to publish your.
Granted.
Now, I'm gonna move on to page 4 of your prosecution guide. But after you had a chance to observe what was on State's Exhibit number 20, how would you describe the footage that was turned over?
I mean, I guess, not ideal. It was cell phone footage of a surveillance screen. And it was a little pixelated. I don't know if the quality would have been better from the drug source or not, but the lighting was definitely not ideal. And then, of course, just the quality of it was a little bit lower.
From State's Exhibit number 20, were you able to ascertain anything of evidentiary value?
I think maybe just the cooperation of some of the altercation, just the fact that it was there and it was going on, kind of a little bit maybe of the overall chaoticness of it, but that's, but I would say nothing definitive. I remember noting specifically that there was nothing, that you could specifically identify in the video.
Okay, and were you able to identify any suspects, victims or witnesses in State's Exhibit number 20?
Not based on that video, no.
Yeah, and again, we can't see the video because that screen is not on the Zoom screen, which is unfortunate. And I got the question over at Rumble. Is this a civil or criminal case? It is a criminal case. Mr. Rendon is charged with assault resulting in great bodily harm. Now, interesting from day one that we found out is that this video was secretly sent to the defendant months later, a couple of months later, or at least a month later, by somebody who unknown. Without this video, all they knew was what Mr. Rendon told them, which was he wasn't
Alright,
there.
and so in the form of the videos, were they provided to you directly from the hard drive, or were they cell phone recordings of a screen?
They appear to
Yeah, so this video was sent because prior to this, nobody knew of the defendant and the friends what actually transpired. There were different, it was just a brawl, maybe it was an accident, but not until this video was sent to them they realized that Mr. Rendon got involved in the struggle and need Mr. Rodriguez in the stomach, resulting in a ruptured intestines, which we found out on day one, which I streamed yesterday. And he also sent threatening texts to Mr. Rodriguez's wife, who just wanted to please, she just wanted the video. Mr. Rendon said, there is none. But if you don't lay off, I'm going to press charges against you.
Cell phone recordings.
Did you further receive a video involving the defendant and Esperanza Garza?
Yes.
And I'm gonna display that to you.
I don't think it's worth clarifying. I believe this is the first video I got, and that initial video is the second video I got.
Okay. Did you find that that video corroborated what Esperanza was telling you?
Yes.
All right. Now, after you received the video evidence, based on your investigation, what was the result of your investigation?
The result of my investigation was that the use of force that was utilized in this case was not reasonable, given the circumstances that I observed.
All right, and based on that, did you believe that you had probable cause that the defendant committed the offense of aggravated assault, serious bodily injury against Pablo Rodriguez?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Now, once you determined that, did you, what did you do with the case?
At that point, I just finished writing out what I had done, and then I submitted it over to the district attorney's office for review.
All right, we have the witness.
All right, defense.
My name is Attorney Larry Bungus. I don't think we've ever met before today. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I represent Mariano Rendon. So some general questions, just as a police officer. So we have an individual, we have a list of individuals that you'd identified, and one of them is a Ricardo Rodriguez. Who is that person?
Do not recall, so I'd have to refer to
Yeah.
it.
I'm just gonna approach.
Okay. I believe you would possibly another staff member. Yeah, I do not recall who Ricardo Rodriguez is.
If some of the witnesses describe a person named Ricardo Baez, is it possible that someone gave a false name for Rodriguez or?
Yeah, it's possible.
Object to speculation.
Sustained.
Well, you don't know who Ricardo Rodriguez is?
No, my guess is that it's either somebody that they spoke to on the, and maybe that's just guessing too, sorry, but somebody that it either potentially spoke to on the first case when I looked at all the officers' videos, or it's somebody that Esperanza or somebody told me about. That's one of that would be my guess.
But one possibility is if the person identified them as Ricardo Rodriguez, one possibility is that may not be their actual name, correct?
Yes, sir.
and they could go by another name.
Yes, sir.
During this, several of the witnesses have mentioned a person named Ricardo Baez. Have you ever heard of that person?
Outside of this case, no.
Inside this case, did you talk to a Ricardo Baez? Did anybody discuss with you a person named Ricardo Baez?
I didn't see it in my report, and it's been over a year.
Ms. Esperanza Garza initially told officers her name was Esperanza Perez. Is that correct?
I think I do recall something like that. But I don't remember, I don't see it in my report, but it does sound familiar.
Well, earlier she admitted that she lied because she had open warrants. Okay. But as a police officer, when you have people that are doing things like giving you a false name, does that cause you to have pause in their credibility?
As far as pause, yes, I would agree with that.
Yeah, because if someone's lying to you about something as simple as their name, it's possible they may be lying about other things, correct?
Possibly, yes.
You talked to several other people, and let me ask you this question. When you're starting an investigation like this, okay, because initially there's a call that night, and it's your understanding that the officers initially responded, didn't file any charges against anybody, correct?
Yes, correct.
And they seem to believe that it was mutual combat and that there was some melee going on over there.
Objection to speculation.
Sustained.
That would be something you would have reviewed, right? You reviewed their reports. That was part of your investigation, was reviewing the reports from that evening.
I'm
Yes.
gonna object to the legal, just regarding the last question, object to
But
it.
Judge, this was in a report that
All
you
right,
read.
so just one second. So, ask your question and I will make a ruling on it.
So my question is, you read a report from the you reviewed all the reports of the officers. That was the first step in your investigation, right? These people have come in and made a complaint. You want to go back in and see what the officers on the scene did, correct? And part of that report was that they decided that it was mutual combat and that they didn't file charges against anybody, correct?
All right, and what,
Okay.
and what's your objection?
Well, objection to, I mean, it's hearsay regarding the officers, even though he did review it, it's those officers' conclusion, he doesn't really have personal knowledge as to it, and it's a legal conclusion.
Well, and it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted, Your Honor. It's offered for the impact on his investigation and how he proceeded with his investigation.
All right, the objection will be sustained.
If that initial call, Officer Wilson's already in evidence, has described the complaining witnesses as being, let me make sure I get this correct. Highly intoxicated and combative. If Officer Wilson was on the scene with them, had the best chance to observe them, you don't have any reason to disagree with that, correct?
I don't have any, yeah, I guess that's correct. I mean, I didn't see it in my viewing of their body cams, but
Right.
I wouldn't disagree with it otherwise.
And one of the things when you're starting an investigation, wouldn't it be important to look at during that initial investigation, wouldn't it, as a detective, wouldn't you like the officers to get the names, addresses, phone numbers, and potentially even emails of every person that is a witness to the crime?
Yes, absolutely would.
That would make your job a lot easier, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the best chance to do that is at the scene.
That would be correct. Yes, sir.
Right. So like this Ricardo Rodriguez, this Ricardo Baez, you don't know who that person is. You have no contact information with him or anything like that. But if he was standing near the police officers and they failed to ask him that question, that's why you don't have that information, correct?
Correct.
And potentially that may be somebody, if they were a witness to this, that you might want to talk to.
Yes, sir.
When you're starting an investigation like this, because now it was, initially with these other guys, and now it's yours, right? Because you're the one that's now taking over the investigation. Wouldn't it be correct in saying that you would want to look at all potential offenses that were committed that evening?
Correct.
So specifically, you spoke to a bunch of different people. That you spoke to Esperanza Garza, correct?
Yes.
You spoke to Mariano Rendon.
Yes.
You spoke to Tina Jimenez,
Yes,
Pablo Rodriguez.
yes, sir.
You spoke to the security officer, Anthony Cochran,
Yes, sir.
correct? You spoke to an individual named Calvin or Pete.
I noted that I watched the video of the Calvin talking to the officers. I was not able to reach him myself.
And is that because the officers didn't get Calvin's information?
I know I did have a number for him. I don't know if the officers got it or if that's something we had on file, but the number was not up to date and correct.
Okay, but was there an address or a street address in the report where you could go and find him?
I do not recall. There might have been.
Okay, but if the officers failed at the initial scene, if they failed to get that information for you, that would have somewhat hindered your investigation, correct?
Correct.
And realistically, as an officer, you've, I'm sure, started off on patrol and worked your way all the way up to where you are now. It takes literally just 3 or 4 seconds to get that information. What's your name? What's your mailing address? What's your email? What's your phone number?
Yes, sir.
What's your date of birth? That's pretty simple, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And that would be something that when you went to the police academy and during all your initial training, that you would be trained to do, is to identify all potential witnesses and get that level of information.
Yes, sir. I don't think the emails usually talked about, but we've asked them when we talk to them on the street sometimes just to remember to grab that.
Yeah, but even if you didn't have the email, if you had the rest of that stuff, as a detective, it would be a lot easier for you to find somebody, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then ideally, even a driver's license, that would be another way to do
Yes,
it.
sir.
Is the fact that those officers failed to do that, did that hinder your investigation in this case?
Yeah, that's fair to say.
Did you ever speak to Calvin?
From looking at my report last, I do not recall. I do not believe I did.
And did you do you know what Calvin's last name is?
I have to refer to the report, but
Yes.
It's Guerrero or Guerrera,
Uh-huh.
and his first name's actually Pete. I do remember that.
But he goes by Calvin.
Yes, sir.
But you reviewed a written statement that he did at some point?
One of the written statements was from him, but I did review him talking to the officers on the night of the incident through their body cams. I know I did receive some written statements. I just don't recall.
Oh,
You also,
I think I did get one from him.
hey, Tammy's youngest graduated. Just walked the stage. And she's a vet tech. That's great. That's great. Now you can have as many pets as you want because you have free vet care. Congratulations, Tammy and Tammy's youngest. You should always in your family have different
think I did get
professions
one from him,
so you
right?
can get free stuff.
you also took a statement from Williams. Who's Williams?
Williams was a written statement that I got. And he is a staff member for the volcano. I believe he was a security guard as well.
Okay. And did you ever follow up on that? I mean, you got a written statement from him. Did you ever follow up on that?
No, other than the written statement, that's all I did.
Okay. But you could have followed up on that. I mean, in all fairness, Mr. Rendon was very cooperative during this investigation. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rendon gave you Mr. Rendon gave you a statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rendon gave you the bar surveillance videos.
The ones that we have, yes, sir.
I mean, so he's being very cooperative with you. I mean, did you ever think to ask Mr. Rendon for contact information for Pete, Calvin, Guerrero, or Mr. Williams?
Since I had the written statements, I felt that those were sufficient. I suppose I could have asked them for that.
Okay. Well, we have and again, we talked about it during an investigation. You want to look at all the possible crimes that could have been committed. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
In all 3 of those statements, in Mr. Pete, Calvin, Guerrero's statement, and Mr. Williams' statement, and Mr. Rendon's statement, and Mr. Cochran's statement. So 4 people said that they saw Pablo Rodriguez striking at Mr. Anthony Cochran, correct?
All right, all
I'm not objecting yours.
right, that'll be sustained.
Judge, I'm not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. I'm offering it to the fact that they failed to investigate another crime the other crimes that they're aware of. And that's why it's being offered.
That's
Not being offered
for
for the
the
truth of the
truth.
matter asserted. It's being specifically offered for the fact that they failed to investigate other
oh,
crimes that
you
occurred that night.
ass.
And-
Yeah, so he does a speaking objection or speaking reply where he gets the information out to the jury.
Bias in the investigation.
All right, approach.
Now, throughout this trial, he have always approached before one of these things. And it's a sidebar, and I have the sidebar counter. Sidebar counter 6 on day 2. Day 2. Right, let's skip ahead. Yeah, and that is what he said is definitely for the truth asserted. He just wanted that information out there. Okay, now sending out the jury. Skipping. Skipping.
Both the case where I was a
Hey, Jude.
prosecutor and we had
Thank you
these
for
two
being here.
defense lawyers and we said, they're not going to object to anything. We're going to have to be both the prosecutor and the defense lawyer.
Yeah.
And so we actually did motions to eliminate on our own evidence. And it got held on appeal, but it would not have otherwise.
Oh, no, but I really appreciate when people are actually advocating for their clients because it does make my job much easier.
Oh, I agree. Oh, if you guys have the chance, I posted the what's it called again? Hold on while I check. I posted a video a few days ago. People versus Hicks, the infant child death preliminary hearing. That's basically a shaking baby syndrome case. And Mr. Hicks has a lawyer who does not know how to practice law. And he graduated in 2011. So it's an extremely disturbing case of infant death with injuries to the infant toddler. But it is described as, well, they are not mentioning shaking baby syndrome because that in itself has been concluded as a bad science, a bad diagnosis. But everything about the description of the injuries screams shaking baby syndrome. They are just not mentioning that diagnosis. And Mr. Hicks has a really bad attorney. So yeah, there are differences in attorneys. And as Judge Boyd said, she likes when attorneys are actually advocating for the client because it makes her job much easier. And thank you for being a member for 6 months, Jude. You've been lurking back to just watching. Yay! Ooh, I almost forgot.
To both parties, I'm gonna, because we have docket in the morning, and I know that there's not gonna be a lot of jurors here. I think it's probably best for them to come in tomorrow at 10:30. And that way we'll finish up our docket. And I already told the deputies if we have any inmates, they're gonna take them back at 10. And if attorneys are not here by 9:30, they're gonna take them back. Yes, we're ready.
All right, to the jury.
Yeah, I forgot that I haven't used this feature on YouTube for a while. Well, because I keep forgetting that YouTube allows me to gift 10 free memberships each month, 5 at a time. So I now gifted 5 memberships. It went to Kelly Waller, Lone Star Living, Gina Farley, I Rescue Dogs, and Kelly Cochran. Congratulations. You guys now have access to all my members only content, your own emojis here on YouTube, and as soon as I get to it on my members only tab on my YouTube channel, you will have a link to my Discord, a functioning link to my Discord. All right, back to trial.
All right, everyone, please be seated. And defense, you may continue.
The relationship, the defendant was a patron on the bar, and Mr. Rendon is the bar owner.
This document that you write, this police report, right? And I think sometimes they call it here a prosecution guide. You'd agree with me that's an important document.
Yes, sir.
And it's an important document because it's a document that's relied upon by the police department. It's relied upon by the prosecutor's office. It's oftentimes reviewed or possibly relied upon by the defense attorney. So you want to put all pertinent information into the police report. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
So anything that's of any significance, you want to put into the police report, and that's important for the investigation. It's important for the prosecution of a criminal case. Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, somebody could be a really good police officer, but if they don't write it down, it kind of almost doesn't count. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
So, I mean, I could do all kinds of great investigation. If I don't write a report that says that, no one's going to know about it,
Yes, sir.
right? If it's all like locked up in my mind. Have you ever? Well, I'll back that. So I'm going to your prosecution guide, and can I see the one that you have, just out of curiosity? Have just a moment.
Yes.
So just some legal issues. So assaulting a security officer, that's a felony in the state of Texas. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Robbery is a felony in the state of Texas. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And robbery is taking an item from someone using force, correct?
No object to relevance, Your Honor.
That will be sustained.
So in your police report, right? I think it's on page 3, okay?
Yes, sir.
That's the synopsis of the statement that you took from Mr. Rendon over the telephone. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you show me in that statement where it says that Mariano says he never touched the person?
Okay, skipping forward.
Gotcha. I don't see it here.
It's not in your report, is it?
Gotcha.
And you're saying that like it's a very significant thing. We just talked about how important it is for all significant things to be in your report. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it possible you misremembered that?
Yes. I mean, the report's not a verbatim because I know there is a recording, but yes.
Right. But I mean, there are times like you're handling, this isn't the only case that you were working on at this time.
Correct.
It's possible he never made that statement. Is that fair to say?
Based on the report, yes.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, any further questions?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Okay, so regarding your investigation, you stated that you reviewed the body worn cameras of the initial responding officer Solace, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and when you reviewed that body worn camera, you stated you did not observe Pablo Rodriguez, Esperanza Garza, or Tina Jimenez being combative, is that correct?
That's correct.
Objection to leading.
Sustained.
In the video, did you observe the parties associated with Pablo Rodriguez being combative?
I didn't know.
Now regarding the statements, you stated that you received a written statement from a last name Williams, is that correct?
Yes.
And then you reviewed a body worn camera statement from an individual named Calvin Guerra.
Yes.
Okay, and those are statements that you received and reviewed, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and notwithstanding those, you took them into account and still decided to file a case against the defendant, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, I want to ask you a question, because you said right now, Mr. Bloomquist was just asking you, you said based on the report, it could be inferred that it's possible that the defendant never said that. Did you review evidence in this case prior to your testimony?
Yes.
And the evidence that you reviewed, did the defendant state that he never touched Pablo Rodriguez?
Yes.
And so that is a definitive statement that the defendant made, correct?
Yes.
Now, regarding the prosecution guide, I mean, it's 11 pages in front of you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you put a lot of things in there, but it's fair to say that you're not going to document every little thing in there, is that correct?
That's correct.
Especially with statements, you typically type them out verbatim in a prosecution guide?
No.
Okay. We passed the witness, Your
Uh, did you also file charges for aggravated assault with serious bodily injury against Anthony Cochran?
I did not.
Do you know if those charges were filed at a later time?
To my knowledge, they were not.
I'll pass witness.
Any further questions?
No, Your Honor.
Is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excused by the state judge.
Excuse Your Honor.
All right, the rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone except for attorneys for the state of the defense.
Yes.
All right, you may step down. State, call your next witness.
The state rep.
All right. All right, we can go off the record. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you come back tomorrow at 10:30. I have a docket in the morning, but you won't have to worry about parking because no jurors are called up on Fridays unless the court has specifically asked for jurors to be called up. And I don't have any information that any court has done that. So your parking will be okay, but we'll start it. I promise you, we will start exactly at 10:30. And I do appreciate you all for always being on time. And again, I apologize about today, but we just went a little bit over in there a couple of cases. that I
Sadly, we
needed to
don't
make
get to
sure
see the evidence
that
screen
were handled for
on
today.
Judge Boyd's
So
Zoom
what
feed.
I anticipate is that this case will most likely be concluded with testimony tomorrow. And so you won't be here late on Friday because I know Mother's Day is coming up. We'll come back on Monday. On Monday at 9 a.m., both parties will have a chance to do closing arguments for you. And that way you'll have all day to consider everything. Again, remember my instructions. You're not allowed to view anything about this case. You're not allowed to talk about this case. Don't even think about this case outside the courtroom. You're not to start deliberating internally with yourself or with each other. Does anyone have any questions before I release you?
No.
All right, thank you so much for your patience. Everyone, please rise for the jurors.
So that would be the end of day 2. And which means we are going directly to day 3. Hold on while I get that one up. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. There you go. All right. We are now at day 3. Which were the final day of this trial, but except for closing arguments, which will be 9 a.m. Texas time, which is, I believe, 10 a.m. Eastern time, or 4 p.m. my time.
Defense, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, this time the defense will call Mariano Rendon to the stand.
Okay, so the defendant is taking the stand. So that witness last on day 2 was actually the final witness for the prosecution. At that point in time, before he gets there, let's start a poll. After the state's case. Where are you? Guilty, not guilty, or undecided? There. Now, a few of you might not have seen day 1, so, but you should be, after the state's case in chief, you should be thoroughly convinced of this guy's guilt. Thoroughly convinced. But we have seen before a defense that completely screws things up. I am the princess. Oh yeah, George Fleischer has decided to stop streaming his trials. It appears, but I do know that I don't know if he has stopped his Zoom feed as well, because I know that Dali has restreamed his Zoom feed. Now, if George Fleischer has stopped doing that as well, that is so unfortunate, because he is a fun judge, good judge. Now, there's an overwhelming amount of clips out there with George Fleischer. So maybe he decided he was too popular. Maybe. Which is unfortunate, because that should not be a part of the decision making in if you should stream or not stream the court proceedings. All right, let's continue.
Take that square microphone and put it on your shirt. Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear from testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that the members of the jury can hear.
Yes, Your
Defense,
Honor.
thank you. Defense, you may proceed.
Can you state your name for the record?
Mariano Rendon Jr.
And are you a resident here in San Antonio, Bear County, Texas?
Yes, sir. Bear County, Shannon.
Where were you born?
Midland, Texas.
And where did you grow up there in Midland?
Yes,
And where did you go to high school?
Midland High in Midland, Texas.
After high school, what did you do next after you got out of high school?
I had a brief started college, and then from there I just took off to the Army. I left the Army.
Where were you stationed in the military?
In Fort Benning, Georgia, with Fort Stewart Attachment and Fort Hood.
Okay. And while you were in the service, did you have an accident doing like rappelling?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and can you describe how you were injured?
My rope broke. I was 16 feet in the air, and I fell like a banana head first, injuring my traumatic brain injury. L3, 4, and 5 are bulging, and my left leg is numb, my upper leg.
Okay. And do you get disability pay from the U.S. Army?
Yes, sir.
Now,
What does this? Oh, yeah.
When did
Okay, so they are awakening sympathy, or trying to awaken sympathy. What does that have to do with this case?
your wife purchase Joe's Volcano or El Volcan?
About 8+ years ago.
And at that time, was it already operating as a club at the time that you guys had taken it over?
It was operating, but it was transitioning. We made the transition from what it was before to a different genre of music.
What was it before?
It was hip hop and that category.
Okay. And what kind of music did they play there at El Volcan?
Regional Mexican cumbias.
Okay. And part of the things that you do is like, you guys sometimes have live musical acts that play there?
Yes, we either have promoters or we did our own live acts.
Okay.
With Tejano music and regional music as well.
And do they also have like recorded music that plays some nights?
Yes, on Saturdays, that's always a DJ recorded music.
Okay. And what you're there all the time, kind of when they're during operation, is that fair to say?
Friday we check in, and Saturday I was there. During the week, the staff, my wife, my kids, they run it.
Okay. But you try to help out on the weekends when the club is kind of the most busy time?
Yes, I'm basically the host.
Okay. And what do you do as the host? What is your job there?
For me, it's eyes on deck. Just walking the perimeter of the dance floor, walking the club, just walking with or without a security guard or without, just reading the people, reading the body language, reading the hats. We don't allow hats to go backwards, because that's, to me, that's starting fighting or something. So we read the crowd, or if there was new people or guests, I knew 90% of our customers one-on-one. I mean, just overall, I wanted to be the point to call in the radio and hurry, there's a problem, it's over here.
And then you would also spend a lot of time like greeting people that you knew that were there, like your past guests and people like that?
Yes, for the most part, every Saturday was the same crowd for the most part.
And you had seen Tina Jimenez and Pablo Rodriguez there quite often?
Tina started about 5.5 years ago. I think she had her husband passed away or something, and then she started going there. Pablo and his friends had been going there since we bought it. They had their own section where they put all their beer buckets and drinks, and the two stools where Tina and Pablo would sit, or Tina and other ladies would sit in that area.
And you had spoken to them at various times in the past, is that correct?
Pretty much every Saturday.
Okay. So whenever you see them, you greet them and things like that?
Yes.
And like, we see what's been marked as states to the 300% evidence. And this is a photo of you and him, kind of just, you and Pablo just kind of posing and be in a friendly manner.
That's the norm. That's if you were to say that, show that picture to anybody, it's the norm. I'm one-on-one with everybody. I want to know everybody.
Okay. And that's part of, that's part of your, getting to know your customers and treating them right.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it important for you that El Volcan is a safe place for people to go?
I want our business to be the safest place where I could take my wife.
Right.
And if I could take my wife to our place, then I would feel safe for anybody else to take their family members to our place.
And one of the problems sometimes, like if you have a club that becomes unsafe, then it's kind of like a magnet for the bad people and like a anti-magnet for the good people, and that hurts your business. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Specifically, going back to August the night of August 19th and then the early morning hours of August 20th, were you there present in the club that day?
Yes.
And at some point, did you have like an encounter with Pablo Rodriguez before all this stuff happened, maybe around midnight?
Yes. I know my customers. I know their demeanor. I know one-on-one. This particular night, I didn't know it was his birthday. I didn't know anything other than I was wearing a baseball cap, and I literally didn't wear it the rest of the night because I had an issue with it. As I'm walking around on the interior of the dance floor, there's a railing all around the dance floor, and I walked inside and I'm greeting everybody. I'm looking at everybody. I'm making eye contact with everybody. As I'm passing them, I said hi to Tina as usual. Nothing out of the norm, because all of their party, they work from Casillas Muffler Shop, and they were always there, and they all knew me one-on-one. As I'm passing Tina, the gentleman that I forgot his name.
Pablo.
Pablo, I'm sorry, I went blank. Pablo, he grabbed my hat and shook me, went like that, like that, like that, like 3 times. He just jolted my head, and I stopped him, and I said, "You need to stop. We're not gonna do this tonight. We're not gonna do this." And then Tina got on his case. I said, "Tina, I don't know what's going on, but tell him not to do that, or I'll kick him out." And then that's when she said, "Oh yeah, we're partying at this place. We're having drinks. He's just a little accelerated."
Objection, Your Honor, you're saying.
Yeah.
Sustained.
Just don't talk about what other people said, okay? Because there's some rules about the court, which means that we can't talk about what anybody said unless the judge says we can. So whenever I'm asking you questions, I'm just asking you questions about your observations of their demeanor or like their actions, like physical actions.
Yes,
Okay?
I'm sorry.
Okay. Now, when he grabbed your hat, did you feel like that was kind of out of character for him?
Yes, sir.
And did it surprise you that he did that?
Yes.
And did you begin to think that he might be intoxicated when that happened?
I think he was just feeling very, very good. I mean, because we're at a club, I think pretty much everybody's trying to get intoxicated or going to get intoxicated. So he was feeling good.
Okay. But maybe a joke that you felt kind of crossed the line a little bit?
Yes.
Okay. Between that and 2 o'clock, did you have any other interactions with Tina or Pablo that's memorable in any way?
No, just the normal. If you're, let's say, like they were always there at one part of the club by the dance floor, I think I would say 8 to 10 times I'll circle the club all night long, keeping an eye on everybody. I'll circle them about that many times.
And then, but there was nothing that stood out like as odd other than that incident with the hat.
No.
Prior to this. Okay. So let's talk about 2 o'clock in the morning. So what is the significance of 2 o'clock in the morning in the bar business?
Well, in my timing is 1:45.
Okay. What is significant about 1:45?
1:45. Everybody that has beer buckets, we take the buckets out away from them because the beers are in ice. So our philosophy is take them out of the ice, put them on the tables. They'll drink up because they don't want them to get hot. So it gives them a time span. Hurry up. We got 15 minutes. And then I think we pick up the beer buckets. I believe it's 1:55. That's the time that all beer buckets should be picked up by then. Then at 1:45 and every 5 to 10 minute increments, they're saying last call, last call. Now, where it gets confusing is that last call is the bar is closing. However, we have late night hours through TABC and they can still drink till 2:15. We don't ever tell our customers that because then it'll be 2:15 plus. So they think they're getting away with 2 or 3 minutes, whatever, but we start picking up the empties or hot beers and throwing everything away at 1:58, 2 o'clock.
And when we talk about TABC, we're talking about the Texas Bureau of Alcohol and, is that correct?
Texas Alcoholic Beverage Commission.
Texas Alcoholic Beverage Commission. And so they have these strict rules, and if bars are in violation, they sometimes have people that go into the bars to check on their compliance. Is that correct?
Correct.
And sometimes they may come like and inspect your bar, or they may have somebody that's there either trying to buy alcohol underage, or they may have somebody trying to check to see if you're complying with your stop drinking times.
Yes, sir. Plenty of times.
And so that's something that's of concern to you, is that you're drinking, that you stop selling at 2, correct?
Correct.
And then you have to have everybody stop drinking by 2:15.
Correct.
But about what time do you start picking up the actual bottles of beer?
As what my pattern is, when it's closer to that time, when it's 2 o'clock, I start going like this around the whole dance floor. I'll go another 5, 6 times around the dance floor, and I'm aiming at my watch and telling them to drink up. With that, I'm either I have a porter with me or I'm by myself on the dance floor because everybody else, it's a big club, and I'm throwing away the empty bottles or the bottles that are halfway, and telling with what I'm doing, I'm letting our customers know that it's time. Start drinking up. And on the third time, because I'll tell them the first time, hey, it's time. Then I'll go around the second time, the same person, and it's time, hurry up, I'll be right back. And the third time, they've already been told 3 times. That's when they know to give them up, and it's customary. That's what we do, and we pick up everything and we sweep. We basically sweep like clockwise, and we take everything off where everything's empty.
And at that time, all the porters and the security officers come to the floor to help collect all the alcohol. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what does a porter do at your establishment?
Porter's always picking up trash, broken bottles, empty bottles, any debris that needs to go into the trash can.
Okay. And then the security officers, what are their roles?
Their roles is to oversee the entire clientele inside, the parking lot outside, to continue to overwatch the bars, to continue to overwatch me, and to be on alert if something comes in.
And on a night like this, like how many security officers would be inside the club?
We always do more. We're required for the size of our club to have 3 security. That's the requirement by TABC. I think, and it might be 3 or 4, but it's like if you have 200, you're supposed to have 1 security guard, something, there's a matrix. However, I always try to get 8 to 13. I always want to have an abundance of security so they can cover the outside, they can cover each other, they can cover the inside, and then we can also patrol the parking lot.
And in a normal night, how many people might be outside versus inside?
Security?
Yeah.
2. 2 is a protocol, 2 guns outside at all times.
And then there may be some other guys going out to deal with incidents or something like that.
To deal or talk with customers, to go to the parking lot. The parking lot's around the corner of the building, so somebody will take off out there to scan the area, make sure there's no burglaries. And the rest of the guys are by the restrooms. We have them posted by the restrooms and strategically.
How big was El Balcón?
10,000 square feet.
10,000 square feet. That's very large. And it's all on one level?
Yes, sir.
And then how many people can fit? What's the amount of people that can fit in that establishment?
I don't know if it was 860, from the upper 800 to lower 900. I don't know. I can't remember the exact number.
And that's a lot of people, right?
Yes.
Like on a Saturday night like this, about how many people would be in El Balcón at a time?
We're known for the safest club, so I mean, we'd get to the point where it wouldn't be how many we can put in, is how many people are going out. That's how many people we let in. If 6 people left, 6 people would go in once we hit our capacity.
And then on this particular night, how did you get kind of alerted that there was a problem?
Me and the door guy also my staff, like Chris and the door guy, they'll at some point during the night, they'll be from outside, they'll go inside and assist us. So me and I believe his name was William, we were walking the dance floor. We had already made our rounds. We were on our 3rd round coming around. We were probably 40, 50 feet away from where Tina and Pablo were sitting in their area where they normally sit. At that point right there, I see something. I see a commotion. I see a brawl.
And do you have a walkie-talkie that you carry?
Yes, I do.
Okay, but you didn't hear any radio call about it, is that correct?
No, I don't have a speaker. I'm the one that just calls it in.
Okay.
I don't monitor the chatter.
Okay.
If I see a problem, if I see somebody, putting their baseball cap backwards, putting their shoulders up, some demeanor, I'll call security in, go to this area, go to bar 3, go to bar 1, just monitor.
And so when you heard the commotion, what did you do?
I saw the commotion and it's dark. It's a club, it's dark, and there's a lot of lights, but I saw like just a ball and then people were getting away. So I knew there was something. So me and the gentleman with me, the door guy, we ran up there. And as I'm running up there, I see it's just there on top and it's just a mountain. To me, it was a mountain of people and they were attacking somebody. That's all I saw.
And did you know, I mean, because it is crowded, because it's dark, there's lights, there's this pile of people. Do you know who's in that pile?
No, sir. I did not have a clue of who was where, when, nothing.
Okay. And so describe that. So when you start to have, what do you do when you see that?
As I'm running to a situation like that, I am immediately assessing. I'm looking out for security guards. I'm probably yelling on the radio. There's so many things simultaneously that are going on. And as we're approaching, my staff is ordered, their protocol is to make a wall around the problem, to stand. They're not allowed to get involved. Just stand, watch while the security gets there and they take over. But at least nobody else gets hurt. They're just there to instruct it. So as me and the gentleman were running, I see them just wailing on somebody. I did not know who it was. There was 3 to 4 guys and a girl. They were on top, just wailing at somebody.
When you say wailing, you mean they were throwing punches?
Oh yeah, it was bad.
Okay. And so when you get up there, what do you do?
Well, at that point, there's only 2 things I could do. I don't see security yet because it's happening so fast. I'm yelling it in. And I just went and I mowed them over. I pushed everybody off. With the momentum of me running, I just put my hands on the whole crowd and rolled them over. And I remember getting up and the first person I got is this girl. I grabbed her. She was hitting somebody down there. I grabbed her, I pushed her off. I got the guy here, pushed him off. And then we're peeling off the other guys. When they saw who it was that went there, they immediately dispersed. That's when I believe security got there and they were handling.
Okay. And at some point, when you first got up, when did you realize it was Anthony that was on the ground?
After we peeled him off, after I picked up the girl and moved that guy and pushed him off the mound, so to speak, then I noticed there was a security belt, security uniform, and a weapon.
And did that scare you, the fact that there was a weapon in this pile of people?
That's my biggest fear. That's my biggest fear. I will not panic. I will go, just alarms are buzzing. That's my biggest fear.
Because if someone gets the gun, they could hurt you, your staff, or your patrons, right?
Yes.
At that point, did you know that Pablo was in that pile of people?
No.
So after that happens, at some point, you kind of get everybody off. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And we saw the video. We see the video that somebody took with their camera, right? That was passed to, I think, Esperanza. And that video, that clearly does not show the entirety of this encounter. Is that fair to say?
It's very fair to say.
Okay. And does it look to you like it's been edited in some way?
Definitely.
And why do you say that?
Because it doesn't show me running up, doing what I did and peeled the people off. It didn't show me literally grabbed her from behind, picking her up and putting her over here, getting the other guy, which I guess that was her boyfriend because they stayed together, putting him over there and then dispersing the rest of the people off.
Okay. So what we're really just seeing is the very end of the encounter. Is that safe to say?
Going to the ending, yes, sir.
And then we also saw, to some extent, the video that you had, your surveillance video, I guess, from the club.
Yes. Now that will show you, however, it's very hazy, but I could walk through to there I am, and you could see exactly what I did.
Okay. And but it is super hazy, right?
Yes, we have smoke machines. Yes, sir.
Yeah. And then one of the other problems, you have all these flashing strobe lights and things like that.
Yes, sir.
Does that sometimes obscure the camera?
Yes, sir.
And make it difficult to see?
Yes, sir.
And then you don't have, it's kind of dark in the club, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that's because that's like the mood kind of lighting that people like
Yes, sir.
when they're dancing and stuff like that.
Yes, sir.
And then as we go through this, so once you've got them initially off, let's start with the overall. Yeah, the surveillance. We do that. Yeah, just stop. Okay, kind of describe. Yeah, it's probably easier for you to look at that bigger one, and then just if you need to move your microphone or if you need to say something, just turn around.
Yeah.
Okay. Tell us what we're seeing here.
If you could play it a little bit, just a little bit, so I could just get a grasp of where I'm looking at. With the turn color for the lights. Yeah, we're looking at the dance floor.
Where we have like a fan over there that's in the way.
Yeah, and right here.
Tell me when you see something that's significant. It's very hard to see, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Okay, if you could back it up right now, I know where I'm at. I think I'm in the white shirt.
I'm kind of playing it frame by frame. Can you see where you're at there?
Yes, sir.
Where are you? Can you stand up and point to where you're at?
I believe this is me right here.
Okay. And is the fight already started at this time or not yet?
I think, yes, I think it has.
Do you want me to back it up a
Yes,
little
sir.
bit? Just kind of frame by framing through this. And you just tell me when you see yourself. Is the music quite loud in there?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, throughout the entire encounter, we see some people on the other side of the dance floor, and they don't seem to be aware of what's going on at all. Is that correct? We see them actually dancing. What about strobe light?
I wish we could see that video. I really do.
Probably at 40 feet away.
Okay. You see where you're there at all, or not yet?
Not yet.
Now, cross-examination of this guy, that will be interesting.
Is there something
regarding his threats against the victim and the family to report them?
You see that the area next to the man in the couch there in the what looks like it could be a baseball hat?
Yes, sir.
Is that the struggle that's going on? It's just very difficult to see. Can you see anything now?
I don't think it's happening yet. Okay, there. That's when I rolled right there. I pushed everybody.
Nobody got shot in
It's hard to
this.
see when it's still.
Okay, I'll just play it and you tell me.
I pushed everybody, then I'm.
There was no
shooting
shot things. Nobody was shooting
So you're
anybody.
that right there when we see you, is that you bending over to pick somebody up?
No, that was one of their people. I'm right there. They're right there.
We see somebody kind of stumble away.
Yes, sir.
And who was that? Do you
That
know?
was one of the guys in their party.
We see people struggling there.
That's where, yes, I'm in contact with a couple. They're coming at me or coming at the situation.
Is there anything else you think we need to see from there?
If we just play it full off and from the beginning, the way I can.
I'm just gonna play it at full speed and you tell me what you see.
Okay. And from this side, it's very hard to see.
Right there.
The first questions to him was regarding his mobility and stuff. and it came to have hardships and numbness in leg and everything. Him moving around doesn't really point to that, and how he described how he, with some ease, shuffled people out the door.
Came in from that end this way, and I just pushed everybody. And the struggle was going on and on and on. See, there was one guy got pushed, the other guy's on the bottom with the security guard. And that's where I pushed them, because it's still going on. I've already made it one-on-one with the security guard, but these people kept coming. So at least we got a perimeter waiting for the security guards.
Okay. So after you started peeling people off, some of the guys stayed on the fight, and some people, but Pablo and Anthony are continuing to struggle there on the ground, correct?
Yes, sir.
But after you start peeling people off, and were other staff members like Calvin and Chris also trying to help keep people away?
My staff is, the ones that are not certified as security guards or anybody else, they're not allowed to touch, grab, push, or anything. They're allowed to make a wall. Now, sometimes they have to grab somebody or something, but our protocol is, if staff is there first, you create a wall. You're telling us, here we are, instead of, we don't know where you are, they're over there. So now we see our staff, half circle, or two guys, they're waving us in, like an airplane, they're just waving us in. And then that's when we all get there. Everybody gets there. Whoever comes first, either I or security guards, just whoever can come assess and do something in the situation.
Okay. Now, during this period of time, the female is continuing to come and approach you multiple times. Is that true?
Yes, that's correct.
When you first, let's talk about the people. You said there was, how many males were on top of Anthony when you first arrived?
I believe it was 3 plus his nephew and the girl. And I remember the girl because it's rare to see a girl fighting with guys, and she was hands-on.
Okay. And so at some point you saw her hands-on, and then at some point, Carlos, her boyfriend, is trying to like pull her away, and she keeps coming back to the fight, correct?
Right. Yes, sir.
At some point, did she make contact with you physically?
Yes, one time.
I must admit, I have had limited experience brawling with different ethnicities. But saying that Hispanic girls are not especially hands-on is not my experience. But I mean, you tell me, folks, you tell me.
Time that I pushed her back, another fear is I have somebody I'm dealing with here, and this takes priority because he's a licensed armed security guard. So my priority is here, and then I have somebody just continuously on my back. One of the later times that I pushed him back is once she made contact with me and scratched my neck part.
May I approach it?
Yes.
We shoot with remark states number 9 and 10. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, sir.
And what are those photos of?
Of my back.
Of your back, and is this photo 10 is your back, and photo 9 is your neck?
Yes.
And when were these photographs taken?
That night when we got home.
Okay. And your wife took these photographs?
Yes, because she saw him. She goes, "Hon, you're scratched up." I said, "Well, I know she made contact with me, but I didn't think it was bad."
And there's a period of time where you're like we see on the other video that's been admitted into evidence, we see you talking to a police officer, your shirt's all kind of undone and like that. Is that because we're showing the officer the injury?
I don't remember.
But if that, you remember why your shirt was all undone when you were talking to the police?
Well, because they were yanking it from behind.
Okay. And these photos 9 and 10, they accurately represent how your neck looked when you got back to your house?
Yes, sir.
I'll send her to the state and to admit states. Our defendants 9 and 10.
All right, defense exhibits 9 and 10 is admitted.
That photo check, sir.
Yes.
Well, let's talk about the injury we see in number 9. Do you believe that was caused by the female?
Yes.
And the photo we see the scratch on your back, number 10, do you believe that was caused by the female?
Yes.
Not the trim video, the silver. Okay, now, when we start this video, is it apparent to you that this video is only capturing the end part of the altercation?
Yes.
And
yes.
what tells you that?
Because if you see my video, even though it's hazy, you could position those two when I'm standing up and when I'm pushing them. If you were to position those two and back up and forward, there's plenty of video that's missing.
Okay. So here we see, who's that laying on the ground?
Now I know that was Pablo.
Okay, but at the time, did you know that was Pablo?
No, sir.
And the person on top of him is who?
Anthony.
Okay. Now, at this point, when the video starts, the other people that were fighting in that area, they have now stopped or at least moved off of where Anthony is. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so now, who is this person in the white shirt looking down?
I don't know.
Okay.
I know that next to him, the other security guard has another guy on the floor.
And as we see this video, does it appear that Pablo is continuing to struggle with the officer?
Yes,
Okay. And like right here, he's trying to move his hips in to change direction.
correct. He's trying to turn himself around.
Do we see you in this photograph?
Me right there looking down.
Okay.
And I'm watching that I'm watching him twist and turn and trying to turn around.
What are you doing right here as we see you moving forward?
I'm dealing with that couple, that girl and that guy, and waiting for security. Like I said, it's milliseconds that all this is going on. Right there, I looked down and his hands were more closer to his weapon.
Okay, and now is where we see you actually do like a knee drop on him. Is that correct?
I put one knee on his stomach.
Okay. And why did you do that?
Because his hands were touching the holster.
Okay. And were you concerned at that time for Anthony's safety and your safety?
I was concerned for everybody's safety. I did not want to have a massacre in my club.
Okay. And then as you're dealing with this, we see you starting to get up. Do we see the female coming back towards you?
Yes.
Okay. And then you get up here and push them. Is that correct?
Correct.
And we see you push him again. We see an object at the bottom of the frame. Do you know what that is?
That appears to be Anthony's hat or somebody's black hat.
We see her step towards it, and then we see her, I think, pushed again, and then she falls in the area of the hat. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Or here, you're doing this with your hand. What are you doing when you're doing this?
When a situation goes on, I yell. And as you can hear me there, I am yelling because I need everybody to understand to get back. Just, I don't care who you are, you have no business.
So here we see some items here on the area of the floor. We see the hat. Do we know what those other items are?
On the very bottom, if you can see that little white rectangular thing, it's about a rectangular right here. This right there.
Mhm.
My wife prints out and holds every radio. That's the radio because that's the label that she prints out, like 15, 10. They are all marked and GPS.
Now, in this picture, we can't see the people. Is the struggle continuing during this period of time? Kind of blocked by these other people?
I think the security guards they'll be coming up from that end.
And then this is the time when you push the girl and the guy, I guess the third time, is that correct?
Yes, because you can see the distance, they're closer than the previous times. They're real close to what's going on. Where the hat was at, that was far away.
Okay, and she falls in about the direction of where the hat and the radio is?
Yes,
And do we see him reach down to pick something up at this time?
yes, sir.
And do we know what he picked up?
No, the radio and the hat are no longer there.
We look back there, we don't see the hat any longer.
No, sir, no hat, no radio. Everything was missing now.
Again, I really wish we could see the video for ourselves. But Judge Boyd's Zoom feed does not show that screen.
Now, afterwards, Anthony had, afterwards, there was an effort. Part of your thing is if you have an incident where staff people get hurt, you guys want to document that, is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And, so there were some photos taken of Anthony. Have you seen these photos before? You can take a look at them. Which been marked as Defense Exhibit 7. Let me go through these. Defense Exhibit 7, 5. Let me put it in order first. So we have Defense Exhibit 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and States Exhibit 33 and 24. Okay. Were these photos that were taken to document any injuries that he might have the night of the event?
If there's any incidents, they're always to take photos at the end of the night as well as write a statement.
And did they do that in this occasion? Did they all write statements and have photographs taken?
I'm not sure. I'm
But you've seen these with Anthony, correct?
probably back then.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And when you saw Anthony after the event, what did you notice about Anthony?
That night,
Yes.
the morning, he was just, he was showing signs of being in a struggle, after a fight, you're limping, you're red, his face was red and had marks on his face.
Did you notice anything abnormal about his uniform?
Well, that, some of his gear was stripped off.
And was there, at some point, were you informed that the radio was missing?
Yes, immediately after the radio was, known, when we did an inventory of what was missing, we realized that the radio was part of it and we started GPSing it.
What about the baton? Was the baton missing as well?
Yes, the baton,
Did you ever locate the baton?
we didn't locate the baton, no, sir.
And the radio, so talk about it, the radio's equipped with a GPS device and you started to GPS that?
Yes, sir. Immediately, it's like pinging the phone. You're trying to ping it, find out where it's at, and they do that through the computer. So they were pinging it, and we could see it. It was on I-10 and 1604 at a tire shop, a mechanic shop, in the wee hours of the night. After 3 o'clock in the morning, and then from there, it went to Nixon, Texas.
And that's significant to you, the fact that it went to a tire shop, because you're aware that Mr. Rodriguez was a mechanic. You knew that at the time.
Yes, they fixed the tires of my trailers and my trucks, and they also replaced one of my motors in one of the trucks.
And then after you tracked it to Nixon, at some point, did you describe this to Detective Grossi?
Yes, I told them that there's reports, that we found reports over there in Nixon, and that we pinged it over there.
And did you ever go out to Nixon to see where it was, or did you ever?
Yes, I know we went there once. It's been a while. I believe we went out there twice, but I know for a fact that we went out there once because it was pinging by a church and an apartment complex, not apartments. They're like two duplexes together, like a row, four apartments together.
And you know if the Nixon police ever went out, or the police department handling that area ever went out to try to locate the device?
Yes, one police officer met us out there, and we were showing them where it was pinging. And so we were looking around the church building, and I didn't want to get close to the apartments. So that was going to be up to him on what he did.
Okay. But as far as you know, they never did locate the radio after that.
No,
and it no longer functioned after that.
It functioned maybe a week or two, another Saturday, either the next Saturday or one of the Saturdays following. And the reason we know that is because when you click our radios, it tells you who's calling. Like if I have number 16 and I click number 16, all of the radios will say 16 is calling. So that we identify which guard is calling it in. So we're already on alert to, hey, it's so-and-so's radio, he's clicking it, go check on him. And the number came up with a missing radio, and they were just yelling and screaming and talking while we were conducting business, and it was during business hours.
Okay. John, I'm going to show the with the finish 1, 2, and 3. I've already tended these to the state. We're going to ask that they be admitted. I believe there's no objection.
Any objection?
No objection.
Right, defense exhibits 1, 2, and 3 are admitted without objection.
And is there a camera at the entrance exit door?
Yes.
And are these stills that we took from that entrance exit door camera?
Yes, sir.
And who is in these photographs? Who's the person in the brown shirt?
That's Pablo.
Okay. And is he being escorted by a security guard as he leaves the building?
By Anthony.
Yeah. And Anthony actually is hands-on with him as they leave the building?
He's got his shoulder on him just in case if he wants to turn around, or it's protocol. We put our hands on their shoulders.
Publish the jury. Before this incident happened with Pablo, I mean, when you found out that it was Pablo, how did you find out it was Pablo that was the person that was on the ground?
I don't remember.
Okay. When did you find out, that night or another night?
Yes, that night, because his wife was in the front, but during their whole interaction, I did not know it was him.
And there were some people that you knew were involved in the fight, but did you know the names, addresses, and phone numbers of these other people that were involved?
No, sir.
Okay. When you did the knee drop on Pablo, was it your intention to cause him? Was it your intention to be cruel to him or mean to him in any way?
No, sir.
Okay. What was your intention in doing that?
To stop him from grabbing the weapon.
And did you believe at that time that you were defending yourself and defending Anthony?
Yes, sir, because Anthony, he could not handle him, and something else had to be done before that. Again, milliseconds, he could grab, and it would have been bad.
And now, when you did the knee drop, was it your intention to cause injury to any person when you did that? I mean, was it your intention to cause serious bodily injury to the person that was laying there?
No, sir.
What was your intent? What was your hope was going to happen after that?
I was hoping he'd just stop. I was hoping he would just free up and give up.
Okay. And if the female and her boyfriend had actually stayed away, what would you have done if they would have stayed away and not come back to continue to get involved?
I'm just gonna object to speculation now.
It's the same.
Well, let me ask you this. If they had stayed away, that would give you a better opportunity to handle the situation.
If they would have stayed away while we're calling in security, the next thing to do, while there's already somebody hands on the person, the other person immediately grabs the legs and folds them back and makes him, neutralizes his movement.
Okay. And so because these other people were getting involved in the fight, did that make it more of a difficult situation for you to contain?
Correct.
Yeah, the security guard, when he testified, I'm not convinced he said he had a radio.
Now, there were some phone calls between you and Tina afterwards. Can you describe
Okay.
how did that come about?
Derek
Tina went
says he
to the
did say
front.
that. Okay.
And she talked to first she went to my daughter at the front desk, and then she went outside to talk to my son. When she was at the front desk, she asked for my number, and my daughter told her, or she didn't give her my number, so she gave her number to give it to me.
Okay, but it was Tina that reached out to you and asked you to contact her. Right?
Yes, sir.
And then you had a couple phone conversations with her. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Um, and you actually sent Tina. I'm going to show you what's been admitted in the evidence. Is I think it's 14. Did you actually send Tina a copy of the video that was on Facebook?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Read that.
It is on his nephew's Facebook, and it is
Karate
here
Cat Mom
on it.
says
Okay.
security guard
But is
didn't
that a video that
say
you sent her?
something
I don't know
about.
if I don't think I sent her the video. I think I sent her a screenshot.
Oh, a
I
screenshot.
don't remember, because her nephew or the girlfriend, they were just saying a lot of negative stuff about us on Facebook.
So in this text, you're saying, it looks bad over here as well. A security guard was beat up real bad. Let's work together and figure this all out. What was your intention in sending that text?
Just to help each other out. We're friends. I didn't want it to go further.
And you said you are my family and I value you very much.
Yes, sir.
And in this question, we hear what colors were his pants. I'm trying to identify. At some point, are you trying to identify the other people that were involved in the fight?
I was trying to identify everybody.
And why were you trying to do that?
Because I wanted to know who those other guys were that were fighting, so we could ban them.
And during the fight, the porter named Calvin, was he injured as part of the fight?
Yes, he ended up going to the hospital with a dislocated shoulder, is what I was told.
And then he missed work the next weekend because of his injuries from the fight?
Yes, sir.
At some point, was she trying to did you feel like she was trying to get money out of you?
Yes, the conversation from us trying to help her started going toward, well, Pablo needs to get compensated. So then it was no longer help. It was like, okay, it's more, she's talking more of a settlement instead of helping each other out.
What do you mean by helping each other out?
Well, I mean, I was just trying to do the friendly thing and work together. Let's figure this out, because it happened, and let's just work on it. Let's work it out.
I'll pass it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, do you all need a short break? All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you all a 15-minute break. Is that enough time for everyone? All right, please remember my previous instructions, and I will have you all back here at 3:45. Everyone, please rise for the jurors.
Yeah, folks, don't get drunk and stupid. Now, Mr. Rendon, I mean, he is somewhat credible in his testimony. Problem is, we don't get to watch that security video. So it's hard to say. And we still have cross-examination with this guy to go. But they are on a break, so let's skip forward. That's more than 15 minutes. And the jury is coming in.
All right, state, you may proceed.
Oh.
Thank you.
All right, that was the entirety of his direct testimony. Cross-examination.
Mr. Rendon, one, you've never spoken with me or my co-counsel, have you?
No, sir.
Okay. One, this incident all happened on August 20th, 2023, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Within Bear County,
Correct.
and Pablo was injured, is that right?
Well, as it stated, yes,
And you're the one that's in the video, kneeing him in the stomach, is that correct?
that's correct.
And let me ask you about the videos. How many video cameras do you have inside of that, or did you have inside that establishment?
One. Outside Wi-Fi video cameras, about 6, because we had to have one on the roof as well. Inside, at that time, I don't think we had the Wi-Fi video, and if we did, we probably just had one. We had the hardwired video, the one you would buy like at Sam's or Costco, and it was hard to, it's hard to keep it on the internet, on the Wi-Fi as well.
How many cameras did you have on the inside of that building?
Let's see, one, maybe 14 to 16,
How many videos did you turn over to Detective Gross at SAPD?
I believe one.
And out of that one, was that the one that we're seeing?
Yes, sir.
That the jury saw previously?
Correct.
And that one was recorded from a cell phone from a computer screen. Is that correct?
That's correct, because we're afraid to lose it. We've tried downloading videos on that system, and we'd end up deleting it, or it was just, so it was the safest thing for us to do is just play it while record it on phone.
And so out of 14 or 16 cameras, that's the only video that you have at the inside of this establishment during that incident?
No, that on the dance floor, that was the only one. The rest of the cameras were for theft for the employees. We had probably, from 4, 2, 3 on the bars, on top of the bars, on top of the registers for theft, for both from employees or from customers.
Oh, yeah, okay. Employee theft, that's a big deal in a business, so I understand that. So for instance, why didn't you turn over the camera of the bartender cutting Pablo off at the bar?
I didn't, I was the one doing the cameras, and I didn't know that I just didn't do it. I don't know why.
I mean, you're charged with aggravated assault, serious bodily injury, second-degree felony,
Correct.
and you don't think that was important?
I didn't know that. I just didn't do it. I mean, I thought it would be just, I thought the detective would do his due diligence and resolve the case.
Resolve the case, meaning not file it?
Yes, correct.
Because the video that we see you kneeing Pablo in the stomach did come about till several weeks later.
I don't recall.
You don't recall. Well, that's what the testimony of Tina was, that she received it from somebody that actually gave it to her nephew's girlfriend, and then they forwarded it to her. You heard the testimony, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
So several weeks later, that's when that video surfaced. You kneeing Pablo in the stomach.
Okay.
The other video of you pushing or shoving Esperanza, that's the video that was uploaded to your website, the Facebook.
I object. These are statements, not questions.
I'm
Right, that'd
asking
be
you-
overruled.
I'm asking you, that video that you actually sent in this, a screenshot of it, that's the Facebook photo or video that Esperanza posted of you shoving her.
Correct.
Right. So that video is the one that you had the next day because she was upset, right?
She was upset because she sent me a message to the point where she wanted us to take off the video of her walking out because she was embarrassed the way she was dressed. That's what.
Speaking of that video, you're stating, or tell me if I'm wrong, but the testimony you stated earlier, you're saying that possibly her boyfriend Carlos actually picked up the radio or something. I mean, that's what I understood from your testimony earlier. Is that correct?
Well, the radio was there and he'd been down, and then the stuff wasn't there anymore.
I guess we now find out if the security guard said he had a radio or not.
Sorry, Your Honor, my co-counsel was telling me I might have it in evidence, so. Yes, right here. This was them leaving after the incident, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead and show it, please. You saw Carlos, right? Say it again, please. Pause it. You see in here, you obviously see Esperanza at the front.
Yes, sir.
Yes. And then the individual, her boyfriend, which is Carlos Rodriguez, is standing right behind her or following her out. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And then his friend, Mr. Baez, is behind them. Tell me what you see in their hands. This way.
I just see a baseball cap.
A baseball cap.
Correct.
Where was the radio?
He could have put it in pants. He could have put it in his bag. I don't know. I would have known. I would have got it.
But it's your allegations is that he stole the hat and
No,
also,
sir.
I'm sorry, but you
That's
said
what the
earlier-
video said. The stuff was there. He bends over. The stuff is not there no more. I don't know if he took it or not, but he bent over to pick something up.
But in front of this jury, you just stated that it's a possibility that he's the one that picked up the radio and took it.
Yes.
And after seeing this, are you still saying that?
Yes. I don't know what he did with it. If he did get it, I don't know if he put it in his pants or I don't know.
Still a possibility in your eyes?
It left the premises at the end of the night.
Because at the end of this video,
CCNSD is here. Okay, so you know about Wild
that?
Weekend at the
The bald guy.
Vulcan.
His name's Scott.
Scott is following them out, isn't he?
Yes, sir.
Escorting them out.
Correct.
So they had one of your radios, you probably would have taken it back, right?
Well, the place is pretty much, well, there's no house lights on. It's pitch dark in there with the only thing lighting it up is the club lights. So it's different.
Yeah. I find it odd that he didn't save more videos. I find it very odd if this happened just weeks later and he had access to several video streams that he just simply did not record it or hand all of it over. Why was it important for this guy to not hand over all the videos?
Okay, so let's go back inside. When you're inside with one video, you decide to go over to help out. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're a certified peace officer or you a certified
No,
security
sir.
officer? So you put hands on though.
Yes, sir.
And you believe, tell me if I'm wrong, you believe that by law, you can stop anything by any means when it's inside your club.
Yes, I was a license holder.
So you're thinking that you can do anything you want to anybody.
No, sir, not anything. Just if somebody's doing something grave danger to me or to my customers, I can't be gentle. I can't ask them, hey, please leave, please put it up.
I understand that. I mean, so a knee to the stomach as hard as you can and sort of grinding it in, is that being maybe too?
I didn't grind it in. I put my knee in his stomach to give him some time to pause and think of what he's doing because his hands were around the weapon.
I'm sorry, you say you put.
Oh.
Did you put your knee or did you slam it down into his stomach?
I made contact with his stomach.
Did you slam it down to his stomach?
I made contact.
Did you slam your knee into his stomach or not?
Well, there's a definition of slamming, sir.
What's your definition?
Slamming?
Yeah, is it that?
I don't know. I don't know the definition of slamming, but I put my knee on his stomach.
Okay.
You said earlier that I put both knees. I didn't put both knees.
Well, from the video.
No, it's one knee, sir.
So tell me this, if he was reaching for that gun, why didn't you grab his hand?
Because I had those other two behind me and I was afraid I was gonna get jumped from behind.
The other two that one, you knew an individual was holding her back. You saw that, you saw the video. That man, Carlos Rodriguez, never, ever tried to touch you or touch any of your security guards. Isn't that correct?
If I would have been able to assess all of that, things would have been different.
Isn't that
It
correct?
happened so fast in milliseconds. I wish they wouldn't have cropped the video so you could see the entirety of the video to show what the only choice I had to do is what I did. I didn't know their intentions. I know they kept coming. I know that he was hitting somebody there. I know that she was hitting somebody when I first got there. So they were already a threat.
So my question was, Carlos Rodriguez never touched you, never touched your.
He keeps going, they cropped the video. Well, why didn't you save video once you found out video was sent? Why?
Security guards. Is that correct?
I don't know because
From that video. where
from
you-
that small clip,
Yes, from that small clip. The clip,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
he doesn't show to be doing nothing. He's trying to pull her away in that clip. Yes, sir.
He's pulling away the lady, Esperanza, away from you and away from this, what's going on. Is that correct?
That's correct.
With Pablo laying on his back with Anthony Cochran on top of him, with his stomach exposed, correct?
Yes.
That's when you walk up and you slam your knee into his
If
midsection.
you could see the video, if you could play the video, you could see how he's already twisting and turning back.
Oh, yes.
Okay. So, and his hands get to this area where his gun's at.
Who did you tell about the gun?
I don't know.
You don't know, or you didn't tell anyone.
I don't remember. I don't remember. It's been a long time.
You remember quite a bit of this, but you don't remember if you told anybody about the deadly weapon that you were very fearful of, that a shootout in your club, people were going to die in the safest club here. You didn't tell anybody.
I don't remember.
You didn't tell Tina in the conversation, a 40-minute conversation. You never mentioned a gun.
I don't remember, sir.
Would you like to listen to your 40-minute conversation to see if it's in there? Or would you just believe that I'm telling you it's not in there?
If it's not in there, it's not in there.
Okay. And then tell me this, during your conversation with Detective Gross that was recorded,
Mhm.
when did you tell him about the gun and that you were in fear of your life or Cochran's life or everybody else's life? Tell me that. When did you mention that gun?
I don't remember. I don't think I did.
You don't believe you did?
I don't think I did.
Why is that?
I thought my whole thinking was the DA was gonna call me back and they were gonna check the rest of it. What happened? What the other?
Well, wouldn't that have helped them dismiss the case if you told them you were in fear of yours and your other customers' life? Wouldn't that have helped?
The assault to the security guard, the assault to our bar back. I thought it was gonna be followed up.
Let's talk about that, because that night you told no less than 2 officers that you don't want to press charges. You recall that?
Yes.
And then you recall saying, if y'all press charges, I'm going to press charges. You recall that?
If that's what the video says, yes, sir.
I'm not talking about a video.
Or
I'm talking
audio.
about your phone call.
If the phone call says it, it was such a long time ago.
I understand, but you have access to your recorded phone call because you turned it over to the police. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you have access to it. You're the one that made the recordings.
Okay. Yes, sir.
So you've listened to it up until this trial, did you?
No, actually, I had not been listening to it.
Okay, well, let's talk about that. Let's talk about the cap incident, or the incident where you talk about Pablo grabbing you and shaking you, that you just on direct you talked about. Who did you tell that to? Other than today?
I don't think I told anybody about it.
No one.
I don't think so.
You didn't tell Tina that.
I don't remember. I might have told Tina. If anybody, I would have told her.
Actually, don't you recall talking about a cap? You talked about like that Pablo had turned his baseball cap backwards.
No, he grabbed, I had a cap and he grabbed my cap.
Okay, well, if I'm telling you in your phone conversation, and I can let you listen to it if you like, that you speak about that, you tell Tina, your husband turned his cap back 3 times. I told him to turn it back around. He knew that we don't allow that in here.
Mhm.
So you do recall that?
No, I don't. But if it's in the recording, then that's what I said.
And you do talk about Pablo quite a bit, that he'd been there, that y'all are family to me.
Yes, sir.
I love y'all. I hug you. I tell him I love him. You talk about this through the whole conversation with Tina.
Yes, sir.
Right? And that's at 101. I mean, and I'm not denying the fact that that's your job, really. Because
Yes,
you're
sir.
a bar owner, you got to be friends with everybody, right?
Yes, sir.
I understand that. But you're telling her the next day that you're friends, that you're like your family to me, I care for you, things like that. Is that right?
Yes, I treat everybody the same. I take care of my community.
And then you also talked to her about the video. It says you told her the video shows you making contact, Tina, with my security.
Yeah.
What video is that?
I don't know.
Okay, well, I mean, talk about it once, and then you say the video shows you put hands on the security guard. She answers no. That video.
I had not reviewed the cameras. What I was told from my staff that she put hands on them first, and I was going to refer to my videos and look for it.
Well, I can show it. I can play it for you if you like, and outside the presence of the jury here. But you know less than 3 times. Tell her the video shows you made contact with him. You said it 3 times,
Right.
Tina. So why would you tell her that if you've never seen the videos?
Because I believe my staff. And this was a few days later. We're off Mondays. We're off Sundays. We're off Mondays. So during the week, we need to go research that video.
So the next day you're talking to Tina and you're recording the conversation.
Yes, sir.
Tell me this, why were you recording the conversation?
For this reason.
For this reason?
Yeah.
So this is something that you would review before you came into court?
No,
today,
I
right?
just wanted to have proof that I'm not lying, and if she was lying, then it would be told.
You realize that Tina asked you 3 different times to see the video?
Yes.
What did you tell her?
If that's what it says.
What did you tell her?
I don't remember.
You told her, no, I can't show it to you. I'm going to give it to the DA. I'm going to give it to the police. Did you give this video that you were talking about to the police?
We never found that video.
Never found that video?
No, sir.
The one that you're telling her that you watched?
Yes, because that's what my staff had told me that. So I was hoping it was on video camera. As you can see, it's very hazy on the one camera that we do
Oh,
have.
you
Very
lied.
hazy. I mean, it's not even actually the real video. It's a cell phone video, right? The cell phone
Oh,
video.
yeah,
of the
the
video.
recording of it. Yes, sir.
Now, you talk about several times in this conversation you have in there, you like using the word de-escalate, right?
Yes, sir.
And she asked you, "Can I see the video?" You're like, "No, I'm going to give it to the detective." And then you tell her, "I got to protect. I told you I got to control it. I figured it out, and then I'll de-escalate this situation." You recall talking about that?
If it's in the recording, then that's what I said. I don't know for verbatim is what I said.
And you had told her, "I asked you to stay away from the cops," and you were talking to the police that night.
I don't
You recall that?
I don't recall. If it's on the, like I said, if it's on the recording, that's what I said.
You also talk about your security guard, how he was bruised all over his body. Right? This is the next day. Bruised all over his body. You saw the pictures, right?
Yes, sir.
He's bruised all over his body?
I believe those pictures were taken that same night.
Okay. And then also you say he was brutalized. I mean, that's a strong word. What do you define as brutalized?
Well, if there's 4 people hitting on one person and a lady hitting on one person, I call that brutalized.
Hitting on one person.
Yes.
Hitting.
If they were attacking him, to me, that's brutal.
Attacking. Yeah, attacking. You've seen these pictures, right, that are in of him?
Yes, sir.
And he was attacked and brutalized?
Yes, sir.
That
Okay,
Right here.
wish we could see the screen.
Yes.
I mean, have you seen the video? I mean, have you seen the pictures of what you caused?
Oh, I've seen them. Yes. Yes, I've seen them.
Which one's brutalized?
Both are.
Both are?
Yes.
Both of these.
You have 4 guys and a lady attacking a gentleman, and you don't call that brutalized? I call that brutal.
Okay.
One-on-one, it's different.
You don't think what you did by kneeing him in the stomach and tearing his intestines isn't brutal?
Well, if the whole video would show everything, if we had the whole video, if some people call it brutal, we stopped a tragedy. I stopped a tragedy
Mr.
from happening.
Rondon, you had
So
the whole video.
again, we realize that this video of you kneeing him doesn't come up until weeks later. You're having this conversation with Tina Jimenez the next day, and then the text messages that have been entered, well, partial, your text messages have been entered into evidence, go over a period of a few days, up to like the 24th or so. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
And then at some point, you all stopped communication,
Yes, sir.
and that was within probably, and tell the jury, like within the first week or so?
Maybe, yes, maybe a week, whatever the dates are on the phone, the phone will be accurate on the pictures.
And so you actually had that conversation with the phone call, and then you, within the first day, or on that day, and then the text messages last a few days, and then you don't have any more contact with her. And then later on, Detective Gross actually contacts you, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that's probably within a week, or maybe like a week or two.
More or 2, or it was further down the line. It wasn't quick.
And that video of you kneeing him hasn't surfaced yet.
I don't remember.
But I mean, you spoke to the police before it surfaced, right?
Yes.
And you spoke to Tina before it surfaced.
Yes.
And you talked to the officers that night before it surfaced. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You never mentioned to any of them that you need somebody in the stomach as hard as you did on that video, did you?
I didn't realize I did it that hard. I didn't realize there was so much going on. I didn't even remember that I did that. It was just so chaotic.
You didn't mention to anyone that you hit Pablo at all.
I didn't even know it was Pablo.
You didn't know it was Pablo at the time, but you knew Pablo had been hit and was on the ground that night, though. You found that out. You testified to that just now.
Yes, sir. Later on that night, correct.
So you knew that.
Afterwards, after all this.
Talking to Tina the next day, you knew you're the one that need Pablo in the stomach.
No, sir, I didn't. It was so many people. They were fighting. I didn't know who was what or what. I didn't know that was him that I hit him in the stomach.
You never mentioned that you hit anybody that night to any of the individuals I mentioned, the detective, the officers, or Tina for that matter. You didn't say that to anybody. You didn't tell anybody that particular night that somebody was reaching for a gun and you had to knee them. You didn't tell that to the detective. You didn't tell that to Tina. But then all of a sudden, when this video arrives, then tell me this, is that when you change your story?
I never changed my story, sir.
Well, you left a large portion of the night out.
No, the detective left a large portion. He didn't do his work on what needed to be done on the case.
You got this video.
Okay. He didn't get the rest of the story. Who defended me? Did the state defend me? It was one-sided. They saw me put the knee, that small video. It looks bad. I will say that.
Really bad, right?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but you knew about the brawl You knew you had video. You referenced video. And yet it all disappeared.
I injured somebody that was committing a felony. I'm sorry.
He's committed a felony.
He's assaulting a security guard, and through Texas, that is a state felony.
So real quick, but y'all didn't want to press charges and y'all chose not to press charges. Is that correct?
Correct.
Let me ask you this. And this is a direct quote. I don't care how bad Pablo is, he is a civilian. Did you say that?
I don't remember. Now, what's the context? You just read
It's in the phone conversation you have with Tina.
if it's on the phone conversation, it is. I mean, I don't, again, it's like the video. It's a small clip of what was the conversation. I don't, if I said it, I said it.
Okay. Body cams.
Yes, sir.
Your security guards have body cams.
They have to buy their own body cams, so some of them can't afford them.
Where are they? Where are those body cams from that night?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know if Anthony was wearing one. I don't. I know Scott had one. But I don't. He wasn't even inside.
Let me ask you this. Out of all those body cams that maybe or maybe not there, how many were turned over to the police?
I don't know.
Were there any?
I don't know.
Did you turn over any body cams to the police?
No.
Why is that, Mr. Rendon? Why did you not turn over anything?
During this phone conversation, you constantly tell Tina, we can file charges against you and Pablo and his nephew and his nephew's girlfriend. Felony charges. Do you remember constantly telling her that?
If it's in the audio, then recording it, yes.
And you speak about, I'm going to talk to my security guard about not filing charges.
Okay.
And then you also say, I don't have to file charges against the girl. You recall that?
If it says on the audio, I believe you.
And that's the way you were de-escalating. You're de-escalating the situation. You're telling her that we won't press charges.
Okay, if that's what I said.
If you don't press charges. To Tina, you're saying if you don't press charges, we won't press charges.
Okay.
We were talking to Tina about telling them, y'all are good people. I like y'all.
Yes, sir.
And Pablo might have been a little drunk, but he wasn't plastered.
Right.
He was having a good time.
Correct.
A very, very good time.
Correct.
And in fact, he was giggling when he had spoken to you at one point.
Yeah, he I don't know how to say it. He'd been drinking a little bit more that night than usual.
But not out of control.
How come you remember all of that, but you do not remember anything from the 40-minute phone conversation, Mr. Rendon? Isn't that convenient?
No. I mean, not out of control. No, sir.
In fact, you mentioned that. Not out of control. You tell her that.
Yeah.
And does Tina ever ask you, like, during this conversation, the one thing that she asked you, do you remember what the one thing that she asked you of?
No, sir.
Was it something of the factor, please, from the bottom of my heart, I ask you, train them better?
Okay.
Remember that?
If you say it's on the audio, I believe you.
Who do you think she's speaking of?
Got objection hearsay.
With regards to hearsay, that will be the
Statement
same.
The team made that's an objection to hearsay.
All right, I started a new poll. I asked earlier, after the state's case, where are you? Undecided, 60%. Guilty, 35%. Not guilty, 3%. So I started a new poll regarding now when we are in the defendant's testimony. Where are you now?
Oh,
Oh, I'm so
I
sorry.
apologize, Jess. I apologize. I did not hear that. My hearing, I apologize. Do
Thank
you
you,
recall
Sandy.
telling Tina, I didn't know what happened when I saw you outside? You remember that?
I don't remember. If it's on the audio, then that's what I said.
And he told her that then you went to the police officer. And that you didn't like that, right?
If it's on the audio, yes, sir.
Now, I'm gonna ask you, did you state this statement to her? I have a legal right to do whatever means it takes to de-escalate. If nobody is listening, they can keep coming, and then I'll push them or shove them. I do whatever it takes to de-escalate.
That's, I mean, yes, that's what I will do.
Do you believe you can do whatever you want?
No, it's not whatever. It's, if somebody, let me start from the basics. If we don't like their attitude, we ban them. If you're raising a baseball cap around, then we escort you out. We don't, I mean, it's broad, whatever means, it depends on the situation.
You also state, the law states that I do whatever means it takes to de-escalate. If you don't like it, that's the law. The law is the law.
I believe that's in the penal code or somewhere. I have to do,
Sorry. They want to
to do whatever means necessary. I think it's this force or do whatever means necessary, something like that.
So from the video that we saw earlier about you kneeing Pablo in the stomach, that is any means necessary.
He, first of all, I didn't know it was Pablo. The gentleman was assaulting a security guard, a licensed security guard. If that would have been a police officer and he was assaulting the police officer, you would have been looking at this totally different. I had to stop it.
Speaking of that, of what you're just mentioning right there, since you brought that up, if a police officer would have done what you did, what do you think would have happened to them?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
One of the last things you tell Tina is that you'll have to hire an attorney. She'll have to hire an attorney, Esperanza that is, because we'll file charges, and then she'll get arrested. She'll have to make a $15,000 bond, and just to prove that she is wrong. Do you recall telling her that?
Once again, sir, if it's on the audio, then I said it. I'm not denying it.
Okay, thank you. Well, let me ask you this. Who owns the security company that works at your establishment?
A Grunt Security, and my wife owns it.
Your wife that is sitting right back here?
Yes, sir.
And she,
Oh. So the security guards are, yeah, okay. I didn't know that. I did not know that the security firm he hires is his wife's firm. Putting the security guards in, what do you call it? The Rendons are in a position of power against the security guards, who have every reason to not go against their employers. Uh-oh. Yeah. So what we have here, we will listen, but what we have here, he had videos. He never turned it over because he is apparently extremely technically not intelligent enough. I don't buy that. If he here's my opinion. Say it wrong, say it right. I don't know, it's just my opinion. If he truly believed that he would gain from it, he would have turned every camera over. He turned more or less nothing over. Somebody in his establishment with access to the video sent it to the Rodriguez family because that person thought my boss is an asshole.
he's the main shareholder in that. She owns that business.
Yes, sir.
So she would know where all the body cams are, right?
Well, no, there's in a security company, there is a manager. It's not like a regular Walmart manager. There's an actual manager that is in charge, and that he does all the DPS reports and does all that stuff.
But she owns the company.
Yes, sir.
Nope. You speak about this GPS. Who lived in the duplex?
I have no idea.
You didn't look it up online or anything like that?
No, sir, I was
So-
hoping the authorities would do their job.
Out in Nixon, I'm assuming you're meaning the people in Nixon.
Right, yes. Well, we also, the detective here in San Antonio, I mean,
And who owns this tire shop?
I have no
Who
idea.
works at this tire shop?
I don't know, but they, that's where it went from our club to that tire shop on 1604 and I-10 on the east side of San Antonio.
So you really don't know who works at the tire shop, who owns the tire shop. I mean, if it stopped anywhere else, was it a house next to the tire shop? You have no clue, do you?
Well, there's no houses next to that tire shop. We went and drove the locations so we could call the authorities, and we just I followed up with the GPS, and it took us to Nixon.
And out in Nixon, you have no idea who lives in the duplex. You have no idea. I mean,
I don't recall this being testified to that an officer followed them around. So where is that officer? And why doesn't the defense call him?
it's pure conjecture on your part, just guess, right? Of who lives there.
I had no clue who lived there. I was following the radio. The radio was telling me where to go.
And you speak about compensation, that she's asking for compensation. In this phone conversation or any of these text messages, since those are the last time you actually spoke with Tina, when did she ask you for compensation at all?
I don't remember.
Because she doesn't.
If it's in the audio recordings and it's there, I don't remember.
Cross amnesia.
So, is your testimony today that you knee dropped into Pablo's stomach to protect everybody?
Yes, sir.
And this club that you're saying is a safe haven and for everybody.
Yes, sir.
So why didn't you just grab his hand? I don't understand that.
Because I had that other couple behind me and they were just continuously behind me and I did not want to get hit behind my head or get attacked from behind.
The same people that were moving away. In fact, if you watch the video again, and we can watch it again if you like, but when Tina really gets upset is after you knee Pablo.
Well,
you realize that,
I
right?
hadn't need Pablo when she was attacking him. When she was attacking security guard,
Right.
I pulled her off, but she was attacking. So I mean, she was already a problem. I had already assessed she was a problem.
And you had cleared the floor. You have gotten all these people off of Anthony Cochran because Anthony Cochran is now on top of Pablo. You got another security guard right behind you dealing with maybe somebody else that tosses somebody a little bit in that one video, that hazy video of yours. So you have everything sort of calmed down. You have a gentleman holding a lady, and this is when you choose to knee Pablo in the stomach.
It's easy to do the Monday quarterback, but when it happens and it's milliseconds, there's only so much you can do and react to so many situations. I assessed it. I saw that couple was a problem when I peeled her off of him when she was attacking the security guard, and I peeled them too and pushed them that way. And then I pushed the rest of the people off, and then scared them, and they just started peeling away like an onion, just keeping it. Now, once you start scattering and dissolving it, then it gets clearer. But if I still have a threat behind me, I couldn't say, oh, well, he didn't do nothing. It's just her. I couldn't just say that. To me, that was a threat, because if they were attacking the security guard when I got there and I pulled them off while they were swinging and attacking the security guard, they are a threat. I don't care if now he's just holding her back. And I'm not doing it. No, sir. He was a threat. At one point in that situation, they were both a threat. And that's how I felt. That's what I did. I did what I did. Nobody got injured. Nobody else got injured. There was not a massacre. That the weapon did not get loose. No, that's it. I did not want to have a tragedy on my life, on my conscience, that somebody got shot up at a club.
You don't think this is a tragedy?
He was committing a felony assaulting a security guard.
On his back?
Yeah, that's to your advantage, that little clip. Where's the rest of that?
I don't know. I mean, you had cameras, 14, 16 cameras in this establishment, but only one shows up that's off of a camera from a phone. So you tell me.
No, it's not from a phone. We recorded it because we did not want to lose the video on the monitor, because we've lost video before trying to download it. So it's not that I did it. We did it for a reason. And the cameras are not for the customers. They're for the theft. That was just one camera that has a broad for roughly 30 to 40 feet.
Well, you talk about a lot of safety, and you have 8 to 12 security guards, and there's like 800 people in this place, but all your cameras, all 14 or 16, only one that's hazy is actually filming anybody out on the dance floor. Is this the first fight you've ever had in this establishment?
That camera was not for business when we're open. That camera's for during the week if we get broken into.
Okay.
Because as you can see, they're not clear with no lights, and then the blinking lights or the strobes, you can't get clarity. So it was just a broad range of a camera. So if somebody broke in, we could see that in general. Because yes, we had maybe 2 cameras per register.
Yeah, I mean, that short snippet, I mean, he had every camera. That's the part he chose to record, and then not by him, but suddenly ended up with the plaintiff's family. There's a lot of excuses on why the cameras are there or not there, but they are all recording. Where are the recordings, Mr. Rendon? If you actually believed, this is my opinion, if this guy actually believed he was in the right, we would see all the recordings.
Sometimes even 3. So because that's where the theft was.
You spoke about being a very safe club, correct? When your attorney was talking to you.
Yes, sir.
You talked about that you had to have, like, for every 200 people, you had to like have 2 or 1 security guard. Am I remembering that right?
Yes, sir. There's a matrix. Yes, sir.
But any given moment during, especially Saturday night, you would have 8 to 12 armed security guards in your establishment.
We strive to have as many as possible because, quite frankly, a lot of people don't want to work. So if we got 8, we're happy. If we got 12, it's okay because at least we're not understaffed.
So on this particular night, you would have had at least a minimum of 8, and you would have had body cams on some of them, probably. Maybe.
And they own their own body cameras, but I think there was, see.
Where are the body cameras? Your
There was
wife
5 or
owns
6
the
that night.
security
I don't
firm.
have the kid
5 or
cameras.
6 body cams.
No, 5 or 6 security guards. I didn't say body cams, sir.
But none of those body cams the footage never got to the police. And the only footage from inside this very safe establishment is one hazy camera that was filmed by a phone on a computer screen, right?
Yes, sir.
And you have fights inside of this establishment. This is not the first one.
It's a club.
That was a question. So is that a yes or no?
Yes.
You had some before,
Correct.
several before, haven't you?
Yes.
You've had other altercations at this establishment. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Objection relevance.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
And even after this incident happened, you've had altercations and fights at the establishment, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in all of those, how many videos made it to the police for them to investigate?
Well, I mean, the fights.
Yes, objection. Those are other incidents that are not relevant to this. Objection relevance.
All right, if I have parties approach.
Yeah, but this might go for pattern. I'm not sure how Judge Boyd will rule here. As a prosecutor, I would argue it goes to pattern. If he believes he is in the right, there will be camera footage turned over like a mofo. But in this case, he chose to not. Goes to consciousness of guilt. Now, I'm not sure how that rule works in Texas. But we have a sidebar. Gets us to sidebar counter 7. All right, let's jump and see.
Yes.
And in those instances, you would be contacted by police, correct?
We would be contacted, or we would.
You're the owner.
Yes, sir.
And especially if you're at the location when it happens, right?
Yes.
And then you would turn over video or anything else to the police, right?
Well, if it's available, yes, sir.
You would turn over videos from inside?
Again, objection relevance to other instances.
All right, that will be overruled.
You would turn over video from inside, right?
Whatever would be available.
Several videos from, anything that was filmed, right?
If whatever incident, if it was filmed on that camera, but not all the cameras on the registers, because the cameras are aimed down to the register. They're not to the customers. They're aimed down to see the transaction.
any video from the outside, right?
Yes, sir.
And also body worn cam that was held by your security guards, right?
Well, not all of them have them, so whatever would be available.
So whatever was available, anybody that had one, you would turn that over, right?
Well, as long as, I mean, if that was so requested.
So that anything pertinent to say some incident before, especially with weapons or anything involved, you would turn all that over.
Yes, sir.
But in this incident, you did not. This had a gun involved in it, didn't it?
We turned over the, right there where it's not a clear camera footage.
Body worn cams.
I don't know who had them. I don't know. That was a detective's job to find out. I don't know who had them. If they had a body camera, if Scott had a body camera, if he was
Oh, that was the detective's job, not yours. Oh,
outside, if that was irrelevant, then I mean, I don't know who had a body camera. The gentleman that was with me, he was the door guy. He's not gonna have a body camera.
yeah. Isn't that weird? If you believe you're in the right, there's videos available all over the place. But in this case,
Now, in September of 2023, that's in September. This happened in August 20th, 2023. But in September of 2023, you spoke with Detective Gross.
Whatever the date is, yes, sir.
In September, to be fair. And you were saying that the victim of the ag assault SBI, which is Pablo, you knew at that point he was the victim because he'd already had surgery and everything, right?
I believe Detective Rose had told me about it.
And you say to the detective, I didn't even touch him. You remember saying that?
No, I know he had asked me about the lady and her husband or her boyfriend or her husband, whatever it was, and then that's when I said I didn't touch him, but I got confused.
So you're confused on that one?
Yes, sir. I mean, if you listen to the audio, you could hear that I'm confused.
So that says it on the audio.
If it
That's
says it,
accurate.
it says, but I was confused.
really,
Right.
you got a direct question and your answer was, I did not touch him.
Defense?
Mr. Rendon, do you think it's your job to investigate crime, or is that the police job?
I trust the police job to do it.
And so if a police officer was talking to a security officer, a police officer would know if he's wearing a body cam because he could see it, correct?
Correct.
And you don't pay for body cameras for officers.
No, sir.
It's very expensive, isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And there are some that choose to do it, and there are some that choose that they can't afford it.
Correct.
Just a side note, so his wife owns the security that he hires, keeping the money within the family, and they force the security guards to buy their own body cams. Yeah. Yeah.
And the ones that have it, often they keep possession of the video on top of the camera, right? Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct? So you don't even have that in your possession.
Correct.
The camera is actually in possession of the security officer.
Yes, sir.
But you would know that if a police officer was standing in front of somebody, when you see the ones that do have security cameras, you can tell that they have one on, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because it's usually mounted on their chest.
Correct.
And there's a video in this case, and we could see, the jury could see, and you could see, if we went back and watched that video, whether Anthony Cochran had a body camera, right?
Correct.
But you don't remember now whether he did or did not.
I do not.
All these videos that we're watching of the door, of the dance floor and everything, who gave those to the police?
We did.
You gave them to the police.
Yes, sir.
And when the detective called, you tried to talk to him and you tried to answer his questions, isn't that
Correct.
right?
Yes, sir.
And the police never served a subpoena on your establishment to get the videos.
No, sir.
You handed over any video that you had that showed anything related to this. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that was primarily the camera that was on the dance floor and the camera at the door.
Yes, sir.
Because the ones that were facing the cash registers, you didn't provide those.
Correct.
But if the police really wanted them, they could come into your place with a subpoena or a search warrant and take all the cameras.
Yes, sir.
They could come out and take all your.
Or they simply asked for it, you handed over, but only the things that didn't show what actually happened. So there's no need. Now, a subpoena is good. It is. It forces someone to hand over more. But if, again, my opinion, if you really believe in your in your side of the story, where's the rest of it? Why didn't you ask the security guards, hey, any of you have saved this? Contact the police and hand it over because I need to clear my name. Now, again, presumption of innocence. This guy actually do not have an obligation to provide any evidence. But the way he talks about all of this, he needs to back it up. And in my opinion, he doesn't.
Put him away.
Yes, sir.
But everything that we're watching is things that you provided them. Why did you provide it to them?
I had nothing to hide.
And when you dropped that knee on this man, did you do that to be cruel to
No,
him?
sir.
Was it your desire to hurt him in any way?
No, sir.
Did you believe that when you did that, that you were going to cause any kind of injury that was serious like this?
No, sir.
What did you think was going to happen?
I was just gonna buy some milliseconds to get so the security guards would all get there so they could take care of the situation.
When you found that he was injured and that it may have been caused by this, was that surprising to you?
Yes, it was.
Okay. I'll pass with this.
Do you believe you were reckless?
No, sir.
You don't.
No, sir.
By kneeing the man that's defenseless on the ground, you don't believe that's reckless?
No, sir. That's a snippet of what was happening. There's plenty of time before and after on that. If they would have provided you with the whole video, it would have shown exactly, and you could have been able to assess it. And
Whatever is necessary, right?
yes, sir.
Thank you, Council Witness.
I have that for the other.
All right, you may step down. Defense, call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense will rest.
State, any witnesses?
State closes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you close?
Defense will close.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard all of the evidence at this phase of the trial. I am going to excuse you for the day. We'll be back on Monday at 9:30. At that time, both parties will present you with their closing arguments. Over the weekend, don't think about this case. Don't do any investigation, don't Google anything, don't watch anything, don't talk about anything that you've heard in this case. Now, what I can tell you is on Monday, the same number of jurors that were called up, previously, they will all be here. So in order to make sure that you have a parking space, because everyone, I wouldn't say everyone, but a majority of the people who work in these buildings park at the garage, it'll probably be best for you to get here no later than 8:30. All right. Any questions before I release you? All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors. Just one moment.
That was the end of it. That was the entirety of this trial, except closing arguments that starts 9 a.m. Texas time on Monday, which should be 10 a.m. Eastern time. And I think it hinges on the closing. Because I don't think, in my personal opinion, that the defendant did a good job on the stand. He was very evasive, especially regarding the security videos, the body cams. His wife owns the security firm he hires. If he wanted it, he could have just, hey, honey, I need those body worn camera footage. And he didn't. So I do believe that he implicated himself. But did the prosecution reach beyond reasonable doubt? I'm not sure I'm there. Now, I know my standard is higher than most others because I'm trained at this. I do have my law degree. I know how to evaluate evidence and testimony. I'm not there. But I would understand if the jury was. I definitely would. But we still have closing arguments. And I hope you all return for closing arguments, especially you who didn't catch day one. Because the first hours of day one, I was firmly in the not guilty. And But the more evidence that came in, especially around the 2-hour mark, oh, that's what happened. And the defense didn't put up. Yeah, they didn't have much choice but to call him to testify. I still don't think he did a good job on the stand. But let's see what the poll did. Now with Mr. Rendon's testimony, where are you? Undecided, 47%. Completely understandable. Guilty, 42%, which is much higher than usual on my channel, and not guilty at 10%. So Monday will be interesting. Monday will be really interesting. And I can't wait. I can't wait for that. I will cover that live. 9 a.m. Texas time, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I will have a stream up for that one. So yeah, it will be really, really, really interesting to hear the closing arguments. But that's the trial so far. And then we'll still have verdict watch. And during the verdict watch, we will check some either Judge Gaither or Judge Simpson and Judge Boyd while we wait. Because I don't think it will take them a long time. I honestly don't. But that's for Monday. Meanwhile, folks, you might have noticed that, well, I don't have the numbers I used to have. Here's the thing. When I publish videos that get some success, my live streams suffer. And vice versa. When I have a successful live stream, my videos suffer. My video views suffer. So I have created trial watch clips. So I will differentiate. I posted it in the chat. So there is where I will post clips of the trials I cover, interesting trials, other trials I don't cover, but still watch, and stuff from the Reed trial and stuff like that. So, but that will be just clips or longer videos of the cases I watch and follow. So and this channel here will be will turn into a pure live stream channel. Hopefully that solves the issues I have with the views on either. So please get over there and subscribe to that channel and watch the content I have so far published over there, so I can get that thing monetized. And yeah, so I would really, really appreciate that. Thank you, Gwendolyn. Thank you. Worldson says that's a great idea. It will help differentiate the view so much easier. Yes, I believe so. G8 sub, thanks, Nick. YouTube can be weird. Yeah, it's really weird. Really weird. But that's all I had for you today. Now, the rest of the evening here, I will have myself a scotch, and I will go through and start just to get the views up on that channel. I will record the cross-examinations from the Karen Reed case and post over there. Hopefully that will help me get started. All right. Ooh. Subbed. Yay. Law Talk with Mike is live. Okay, great. I'll see if I can get you guys over there. One moment. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Customization, redirect. Law Talk with Mike. Yep, I'm going to redirect you over to Law Talk with Mike. Again, thank you guys. Thank you for allowing me to do this, and have a great rest of the weekend. Okay? See ya. Bye-bye.